This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Thrown under the bus.
No.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
Sam, you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I'm in. Tori just won't let it go.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. It's Tuesday, January 15th. We are live and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Tori, Bo, Brandon, and I'm Sam. Let's get started, shall we? A new Me Too inspired Gillette ad is sparking a lot of controversy right now. Check out this clip.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it?
I think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says it's
And there will be no going back. Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Gillette, best known for its razors, posted the ad to social media with this tweet saying, "Boys will be boys. Isn't it time we stopped excusing bad behavior?" Well, you better believe the ad has sparked a big conversation online, both positive and negative, and now some are even calling for a boycott. One person tweets, "The Gillette ad is a reflection of where we are. It's 2019 and the message does not erode your masculinity. It actually paints you as a strong and responsible person." While another argues men are not the problem. There are bad people in the world. Masculinity is not toxic. And finally, another tweets, "Gillette practically just castrated me. You're trying to make it illegal to be an alpha male, but I'm not going to let it happen. Me and other brave alpha male warriors will fight back and defend masculinity." So, does this ad attack masculinity?
You know what? I'm going to fight back and defend masculinity because Gillette was not talking about, it wasn't an attack on masculinity. It was an attack on toxic masculinity. And we alpha males and men that are confident in their masculinity are tired of toxic masculinity and the perverts.
So you defend the ad?
I am defending this ad because this is great. I mean, we, as men, we do need to hold each other accountable. I am okay with working and competing with a woman in the workforce. I am okay with being able to look and admire a woman's body, but still know that no means no and not have to catcall to get her. They're ruining it. They're ruining it for an actual alpha male. So the best a man can be, is a great provider, a great educator, a great protector, and a great lover.
And you know what? As an ally too, I posted this tweet on my Twitter, and I think this was my most interactive tweet that I posted in the last year.
Wow.
So many people have something to say on both sides. I saw it as showcasing the best in men, because I see men as allies, but then again, I'm not a male. I called my husband. He said it was very powerful. He agreed with me, but am I not seeing something here?
Well, I think there are noble aspects to it. I think it's a little selective in what it chose to highlight. Like, I would like to have seen a rap video with incredibly misogynistic lyrics posted on there. I think that would have been. Here's where I think, honestly, guys, people are fired up about this. To say toxic masculinity, and this will piggyback a little bit on what Brandon is saying, it's the notion that all masculinity is synonymous with being toxic. Yeah. It supposes and presumes that there is a tyrannical patriarchy that somehow biologically we as men are flawed. And I see it as the problem is behavioral, not biological. We can be honest about our mistakes and get rid of behavioral problems that are misogynistic, sexist. Yep. I can be an alpha male without being an oppressor.
But not all men.
But I think the ad sadly comes from a position that their entire base is misogynistic, and that's where I think the flaw is.
See, I didn't think it painted it all men, but I agree with you. I don't want anybody out there to ever say all men are like this, because there's a lot of incredible men that are allies to women.
Right, including the men who made this ad. I have to be honest here. I didn't think it painted all men as that. I think it was very specific in the moment, and if you're offended about it, you should really take a look at yourself and see how does this harm you. 3 things really quickly I want to say is, 1, Gillette has entered into the field of the Nike 2.0. They have put their minds into this and said, we're stepping into the fray. Number 2, women control the pocket of the wallet of the family. And when a woman is in a shopping cart, this is true. These are studies that say they control the CFO of the family. They see Gillette now, you better believe they're now thinking.
I'm all Gillette now.
And now they make women razors too, as we know. That's a smart move. And number 3, as someone pointed out here, a razor represents a lot to a boy and a man. And it's a rite of passage. This is is a Kevin Ang. He's a DBL viewer. And he said it's puberty. It's when you start seeing women in a different way. You start seeing being bullied in a different way. And Gillette stood up and said, at this moment, this is what we want to market. I think it's brilliant.
All right. Chime in, DBL Nation. Yes.
And to those who do feel like it's an attack on them, like Eleanor Roosevelt said, remember, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent.
All right.
It's a good discussion.
Fair
It's got a lot of people really fired up.
A lot of people fired up. In fact, we are going to make it our 5th post because you guys all have so much to say about it. We want to hear from you, DBL Nation. So let us know what you think right now by commenting on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. Is Gillette making traditional masculinity seem toxic? All right, moving on. It's January 15th, and that means we are now in day 25 of the government shutdown. Let's get to Kelly Schuberth with the latest.
Sam, you said it. We're now more than 3 weeks into the government shutdown, and talks in our nation's capital are still gridlocked. Right now, 43,000 members of the Coast Guard are working without pay because they won't receive their checks today. In the meantime, the blue flu we're seeing at airports across the country just continues to get worse, with so many TSA workers calling in sick because they're working without pay. TSA reports sick calls are up 137% from this time last year. Right now, there are no talks scheduled to end the government shutdown, but I'll, of course, let you know if I get any new information.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Speaking of the shutdown, a lot of the White House staff are furloughed because of it. So the president personally paid for the catering last night, and he welcomed the NCAA champions, the Clemson Tigers, to the White House with a buffet of fast food. Here's what he said about it.
We have pizzas, we have 300 hamburgers, many French fries.
So I had a choice. Do we have no food for you because we have a shutdown? Or do we give you some little quick salads that the First Lady will make? We bought 1,000 Burger King, all-American companies. Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's. We have Big Macs, we have Quarter Pounders with cheese, we have everything that I like, that you like. And I know no matter what we did, there's nothing you can have that's better than that, right?
Well, you better believe the internet had a field day with this story. Bo's already chuckling, and this meme is on fire with the president as the hamburger, saying, quote, tell him I paid for everything. But this got us asking, what would you expect if you were to be invited to the White House? What would you expect to eat?
Sam, this is going to be your moment for me, Tori and you both, because I'm going to go against the president on this one.
What?
If I'm going to the White House...
Zoom in.
I know they're so happy. I don't want a McDonald's hamburger when I go to the White House. He's a couple blocks down from Trump Hotel, which makes very expensive steaks. That's what I want. I want him to foot the bill for that because that's what I'm expecting when I go to the White House, not a Quarter Pounder with cheese and tremendous fries.
I like that this is what you're calling Donald Trump out.
Yeah, that's true.
Hamburgers. I got to go to Brandon on this because Brandon's actually been, I don't know if anybody in our studio or DBL Nation knows this, Brandon's been invited to the White House because of the Super Bowl. But you declined.
I declined. And you know what? It's not It's not one of my proudest moments, honestly. You guys know that I continue to grow. I continue to learn more and more about politics. Around that time, I was 23, fresh out of college. George Bush was the president. And, you know, earlier years, Kanye said George Bush doesn't like black people. I was in that victim mentality that Kanye West said, thinking that, oh, I'm a Democrat, even though I wasn't even voting at the time, so I'm going to resist. I'm going to protest and not go. And a handful of us actually didn't go.
And you regret it now.
I kind of look back at it, and I kind of regret it because it was a moment where I was living a high off my life, and we had won the Super Bowl, and I could have been there with my teammates. I could have put my own personal stupid opinion aside and went there and celebrated with my teammates. But had I went,
what would you want?
Those little sandwiches with the little tuna fish sandwiches with the celery in it. Oh, I love it.
Tuna melt.
Yeah, I went to the White House.
I appreciate your honesty. I just want to commend you for that.
Yeah, because a lot of people had issues with George W. Bush, and I went to the White House for the H.W. Bush Christmas party. And
you did?
Oh, yes.
What?
And I found out I was allergic to milk drinking the eggnog in the Blue Room. We'll talk about it at break. But here's what I'll say.
Allergic to the Bushes.
Well, there's that too. But I will say this: you expect decorum and something formal at 1600. It's exciting, and you get this one moment to have this prize, and you get Burger Kings. It's a little odd to see the man lighting the candelabra and with the McNugget sauce on the Lincoln gravy boat. Like, that's weird.
Especially when you're in college. You already eat McDonald's every day.
And it was cold. Apparently, they were all cold.
And you beat Alabama.
He should have. I know he should have stepped it up and done Trump Hotel Steaks. That's what
I like that. This is what Bo's upset about.
You can't say I don't disagree with the man.
All right, we're remembering iconic. This is actually really sad news, you guys. We are remembering iconic Broadway actress Carol Channing.
Amen.
She died today at the age of 97 of natural causes. Carol earned a Lifetime Achievement Tony Award for her legendary career, including roles in classics like Gentlemen Prefer Blondes and Hello, Dolly. We put together this tribute. Watch. Carol Channing, wow, what a career. DBL is live. We'll bring you breaking news as soon as it happens. Coming up next, the Oscars might not have a host, but the Grammys do. Find out who it is next. Plus, Brandon London and Bo Davidson go behind the scenes at A Bronx Tale, a Broadway musical all about the mob and killer dance moves. And you, the viewer, are our fifth host. Next, we share your comments live on air about a story getting a lot of buzz online.
Here, wait, hold on.
No.
We want to this about it.
I almost stopped him.
Yes,
I almost stopped him,
So,
though, because when you said the rap lyric, I was about to be, wait, the country music where the girls in the little short shorts.
Oh, yeah.
and
But I'm
funky
talking about
tongue,
more about
why?
it being in the actual lyrical content. I think we've seen, and I'm not
Okay,
just
I know what you
blaming
mean.
that
No, I
element,
know what you mean.
but
I know
there's
what
very misogynistic lyrics out there.
Yeah.
I think when that lands on you, hear it, you go, to me, I'm like, is that the best a man can get? Is that the best an artist can get? Is to
No,
promote
I
that
agree
type
with
of
you.
culture? We've seen it for many, many years now. So I'm just saying, like, I would like to have seen a little more of that. And as you stated, a lot of kind of liberal-leaning people in it.
See,
that
that's
make turn
one
people
point.
off.
That's one point that I think we need to talk about. So first of all, watch the entire ad. You guys just saw a little snippet of it. You guys need to see all of it because it touches on the Me Too movement. It touches on pop culture. It touches on so many different things that influence this normative, right? Yeah, if you are a conservative and then you watch that ad, there's going to be buzzwords like toxic masculinity that are going to turn you off because that's definitely a progressive
terminology.
front.
Yep.
And then you're also going to see a lot of those anchors that are on Progressive News Network.
What do you think
so
of
the
this
first one that you see come up is Anna Kasparian. I adore her. She's from the Young Turks. But many conservatives would say, okay, just like if I were to watch an ad and it's
Bill
with
O'Reilly,
Bill
Sean
O'Reilly,
Hannity,
Sean
Tucker Carlson,
Hannity, Tommy Lahren, I'm going to
See the
think,
study thing I said?
okay, this feels skewed to me.
right.
So I do understand that. It's definitely going to have a progressive leaning, a left-leaning message. And I think that's going to turn some people off because it doesn't feel inclusive to everybody. And this is supposed to be an inclusive message.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of comments against what I said about females being the CFO of the family, and I don't want to. I'm not taking it back. I would love a healthy debate. Naomi, Masoko are saying this is a horrible ad, and women aren't the CFO of the family. I'm just telling you that consistently, I looked at studies after studies that say at least 52% of women are now in charge of the wallet of the family, so they're making the financial decisions for shopping for the family. In no sexist way, that's just what the studies are showing, and that's what Gillette is looking at. So, but get me back. I'd love the debate.
Welcome back to DBL. And today's fifth host, we want to hear from you about the new Gillette ad that has all of us talking. The ad speaks to the Me Too movement and challenges men to overcome toxic masculinity. We talked about it before the break, and a lot of people are reacting. Some people applaud the ad, while others feel it's actually a negative depiction of men. So DBL Nation, is the ad shaming men or encouraging them to be their best? Let's get to their comments.
Yep, here we go. Liz from Facebook says, I feel that anyone who is outraged by this is very likely a part of the problem.
All right, let's get to Kevin. Kevin from YouTube says a razor is a rite of passage of sorts for men. So for Gillette to use it to talk about masculinity and talk about what is right and wrong is perfect. Well done, Gillette.
Julie from Facebook says, I'd be far more impressed if they priced their razors marketed to women the same as the ones they market to men.
Interesting. Alex from Twitter says this is not only sexist because of virtue signaling against men, but also the assumption that men are the only ones who buy Gillette razors. Also, there isn't one razor blade in the commercial.
That's a smart idea.
And last but not least, Joan from Facebook says the people who are hating on the ad makes me sad for the women and girls that this ad actually supports.
Yeah, I'm reading a lot of the tweets that people are tweeting me personally from what I put up on Twitter, and it really much is polarizing. It's split across the board. Again, I think it depends what your lens is.
Yeah.
I look at it as a lens of, wow, I think this showcases the best in men, the best in boys. I know my husband felt the same way, but I know that you also feel it's very left-leaning.
I think it is, but more so than being progressive, like I said, I think they've conflated behavioral with biological. I can't change my biology, but I can change my behavior. Yeah. I think by and large, men strive towards nobility. The man that takes the bullet for his wife. Yeah. What better thing is there than to lay your life down for someone else, for his friend, for his wife? I think women and men have cooperated for many, many years. My question to you guys is, what if there had been a Gillette ad for Venus razors that featured Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, and they talked about toxic femininity and what that potentially could be saying to our girls? Is this the best our women can get? How would you feel about that?
Toxic femininity is a
it's hypersexualizing our culture.
If there were parts in it that I agreed with, I would celebrate those parts. If there were parts in it that I didn't agree with, I would have no problem talking about that. But I just can't. I mean, women have been oppressed for so long, Bo. I mean, look at the Me Too movement. Look at the Time's Up. Yep. You just can't correlate what women have gone through and what privileged men have gone through. You just can't.
And why does it have to be one, or like, why does it have to be, if this is happening, why can it be that way? What Sam said is right. We've been subjugated for years. So why can't we have this one moment of teaching men what it feels like to be patted at a board meeting and told, this is what she means? Why does it have to be, well, what about the women? Why can't we just focus on this right now?
Because I think that there's a cultural and societal problem that we have right now that is there's a blind spot to it. And I see it as, if you're going to say this, make the distinction between correctable behavior and what is in our biological nature.
They said boys will be boys is not the correct thing to say.
But a kid wrestling with another kid on the ground, that's not toxic masculinity.
That's one little spot compared to all the moments that made me cry and that I could relate to as a woman.
But did you see the cultural, I think that they left something out with the cultural component. It's almost making us look inward when I don't have to apologize for being a male. I need to apologize but we need to be honest about our mistakes, but also be encouraged by the noble things that we do. That's my point.
All right.
I like it.
Continue to chime in. DBL Nation, please do. We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at the moment.
I do. Sam just announced Alicia Keys is hosting the Grammy Awards, and the first thing she did was obviously call her mama, then tell her family. Watch this.
I know it's been top secret, but I am hosting the Grammys. I'm going to host the Grammys.
All right, at least one of them was excited about the news. The Grammys air on CBS February 10th.
Wow, thank you, Raquel. So exciting. Congrats, Alicia Keys. Coming up on DBL, our own Bo Davidson and Brandon London.
Boy.
Oh, yeah. Check out one of the hottest Broadway tours around, A Bronx Tale. I've seen it. It's phenomenal. Find out if they have what it takes to make it on stage. That's coming up next.
Right?
So Naomi, I just want to read, because we're in a debate here, which I love. She says, I only had an issue with the CFO comment, which I made, saying women are the CFO of the family, meaning they control a lot of the finances and the wallets. And so when they're buying razors, women often will pick something that they pick. And Naomi had an issue with this. She said, and by the way, this is coming from studies such as, I can list them all, but we looked at several studies that say 52% of women are now in control of the family finances. We are equal partners in our marriage. To me, to be called a CFO makes me sound like a controlling witch. And it's interesting that you said that, because in no way, shape, or form do I think that women being in control of their finances makes is a negative in any shape or form. I never meant it in any way. I just meant statistically, that is what we're seeing, women being in control of Social Security and where does the savings go. So I didn't mean it in any way that that's a bad thing. I think that's a really positive thing, and that is consistently seen throughout different surveys. So I just wanted to be clear. I think it's a great thing that women are in charge, but I think Gillette was thinking that way too, thinking this will appeal to both men and women. So let me know if that helped experience all that. And for women who are in charge of their family's finances, more power to you. I think it's fantastic.
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. It's a story of a young man who is caught between the father he loves and the mob boss he'd love to be. We're talking about A Bronx Tale. The movie starring Robert De Niro debuted in theaters in 1993 and since then has been turned into a hit Broadway musical.
And that's right. The show has left its New York stage for a national tour. And recently, Bo and I went to the Denver Center for Performing Arts to go behind the scenes to learn what it takes to train for these intense dance numbers. Put on your dancing shoes. You can do it, you can do it. Oh, bravo, bravo. How you doing? Hi. Brandon London, welcome to Denver.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Leanna, nice to meet you.
How you getting acclimated to this Denver altitude?
Ooh, we're working on it. It's real.
Yeah.
It's real.
I'm so fascinated about what you all do. And Bo is a trained musician. I am a trained athlete. So we want to know about the training.
We were in rehearsals for about 2 months before we go on tour, and then we do a period of 10 days where we're in the theater for 12 hours.
Denver is one of the harder ones you've had to do because of the altitude, for sure.
Absolutely.
Very dance-intensive show, obviously, yeah? So what are we going to be learning today? What are you going to teach us?
We're going to learn a little bit of the finale.
Well, we both love a challenge. I'm known to cut a rug a little bit, so do you have any pointers for Bo?
Oh, for me. For me.
Stay with us.
Stay with us.
So, all right, let's give it a shot. You want to?
Let's do it.
If you leave your toes up.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Keep I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. False start. Bring it back.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mind me step. Ho. Turn it. Ho. 1. Well, change.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at that.
Great coach.
Awesome.
How we do? Any pointers?
Honestly, that was really, really great. Very great technically. Okay. You're really good on the turning, really sharp. You had a lot of attitude on this section. I could tell that was your favorite part.
So what'd you think? You guys got an opening for Italian guy number 4 and Italian guy number 5?
I think we might.
We'll call you, though.
We can call you, right? Yeah. Well, see, we get off at like 3, so we've got, the call time's what, 6? We can be there. Sure?
We'll call your people. I promise.
You want my Instagram or anything?
Hey, Haley?
We'll call you. Yep.
To see if A Bronx Tale is traveling to your city, check out the link we've posted on our Daily Blast Live Facebook page.
That's right, and we'll be right back.
The best and weirdest tech from this year's Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. That's next in The Jump Off. Everyone is talking about this. The BreadBot. It's an automated bread making machine that makes and sells the bread just like a vending machine. Just admit you're like Oprah and you love bread. We may not be that far away from flying cars. At CES, one of Uber's partners unveiled its design for an air taxi. It's a hybrid electric-powered vehicle that can hold up to 5 people. But I feel like we've been hearing rumors about this for a while, so I'm not going to hold my breath. Do you need a TV that will take up your entire house? Well, Samsung has you covered. They're showing off this 146-inch TV dubbed The Wall. It's a TV made up of smaller TVs you can put together. So cool. Okay, I need this suitcase. It uses cameras to follow you around so you don't have to lug it through the airport. Unfortunately, it won't unpack for you. yet. Now to the weird products you don't want to miss. An almost $700 pet dryer you never knew you needed. You put your small dog or cat in this thing called Pepe, and it will dry the pet in 25 minutes. If you want a pet without the mess, look no further than this suitcase. When you pet it, the ears wiggle, and when the suitcase is happy, they do a dance. But who needs this? And this thing gives your pet treats when you're gone. It has a camera so you can watch your pet and even talk to them. That's it for the Jump Off. As always, watch every week for the latest in tech, gaming, and nerd culture news. I'll see you next time.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we got, Tori?
Well, the Gillette ad raised the roof. Sorry, I thought that'd be a good razor joke. It wasn't. Jonathan Lopez says, as a responsible adult and male in society, I support this message. It's responsible and it's needed. John Venturini says, I think the message pertains to all of humanity. On Moss, we can all be better. We should always put our best foot forward. But a lot of people upset with me, the Masoko included, saying putting women as the CFO role or the shopper role in the family was sexist. Naomi saying, I had an issue to me being called a CFO makes me sound like a controlling witch. And I want to be clear, A, these are studies, and B, I think it's sexy being called a CFO, isn't it? I think it's fabulous that women are in control. I meant it in no negative way, only in a positive way.
And you were just stating, or you were just stating the statistics.
Statistics, right. But it is a positive thing.
But thank you for responding, Tori.
Yep.
Guys, we love getting your comments. Keep them coming. We'll see you at the same time, same place tomorrow. Bye, guys.
DBL Nation, welcome to the break room. I'm Kelly Schuberth.
And I'm a raven.
No,
caw. No,
did they make that noise? I don't know.
Ravens are really smart. I'll tell you a whole thing about that. I'm Tori Shulman, by the way. Welcome to Break Room. We have our frothy coffee in the mornings to discuss, this and that.
Do you guys drink iced coffee in the wintertime, or are you super against that? I'm just curious.
It's a really good question.
It is. Some people drink it year-round. Some people are really against it in the wintertime. And look, there's Chris saving the day with our rundowns. Thanks, Chris. So we're tracking, obviously, the government shutdown. It's now day 25. The issue with this is that there is no end in sight right now. We're basically at a gridlock, which is what we've been telling you for the past few days. But
I'm kind of getting sick of talking about it.
I'm sick of talking about it, that's for sure. And I'm sick of saying the same thing every day, which is that there are no talks scheduled for today and that we are still at a stalemate. So the TSA, that blue flu, it keeps getting worse and worse.
Whoever coined that So super
good.
smart.
I love the blue
because now
flare.
that encapsulates everything.
It does, because they're calling in sick because they can't wear their blue uniforms to work. If you don't understand what it meant by blue flu,
I think a lot of people didn't understand that.
So there you go. That's what it means. We just got new info from the TSA who says that calls in sick have gone up 137% from this time last year. So lots of people calling in sick. We don't have an exact number, but 137% is quite a lot. In the meantime, members of the U.S. Coast Guard, 43,000 of them are also working without pay. They're supposed to get their paychecks today. They will be getting pay stubs with $0 on them, as we saw with the 800,000 last week. We're just repeating ourselves. I know it's getting boring talking about this, but this is the top story. This is the story that's trending. This is what's happening in our country right now.
You know what's ironic?
What?
I feel like we're beating our heads against the wall, and the wall is what we're freaking talking about.
It's so true. That is ironic.
And I
You
don't
should say that on the show today.
Okay, thanks.
That's good. I like that.
I don't know. I don't have an iPad at all, so I can't get to any
I got
of your
it.
comments.
We're good. Let's see.
Okay, I want to get your comments in here and let everybody know. So we want to know what you guys are thinking about the shutdown. Are you shut down because of the shutdown? Are you tired of it? Are you sick of it? At some point in negotiations, someone's got to do something. You can't just have a stalemate, or else we gonna lose a lot more money than we thought we would. So at this point, I'm kind of sick of talking about it. I really am. You know what I feel like? I feel like an adult babysitter that's like, I'm dealing with a child, and I'm like, I'm no longer having this conversation with you. You figured this out. I'm going downstairs and watching a really crappy Modern Family because I'm really bored. You deal with this, and I'll talk to you later. End of discussion.
All right, we've got
like
some.
A mom should take care of everything. Get them. Yeah.
We've got some comments coming in from DBL Nation. I'm going to check them out here right now. Facebook. Oh, they're talking about the Gillette commercial. We'll talk about that in a minute. What? Okay. John Venturini also chiming in. He says, "Good morning, nation." He just says, "Good morning, nation." Good morning, aw, caw, he says. He says he likes an iced Americano with an extra shot. Tammy says, "Hi, DBL."
What's up, Tammy?
Kevin drinks it both hot and cold during the winter, hot in the morning and cold in the afternoon. And Jenny Brown Garcia on Facebook. Thanks for joining us this morning, Jenny.
What's up, boo-boo?
Jenny says, "Love you, Tori. You're awesome."
Oh my God, Mom, stop writing in.
Big deal.
No, I'm just kidding. That's awesome. Yes, notice how many more comments we got about coffee than the government. It's just like, come on. So y'all can write in. We have a lot more to talk about today. But again, I think that here's one thing Trump's really great at is feeling the mood, and the mood is shifting and shifting quickly, and we're all getting really tired of it, even those on his side. For the first time, his base, white men with no college education, 47%. For the first time, he's in the red for people that disapprove. That's when you're going to start to see the tide shift.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
The tide shift,
Right?
is that the saying?
Yeah, the shift in the tide. Yeah, you're going to see the tide
I keep
shift.
saying that, but then there's no shift. There's no tide shift.
There's no said tide shift. So yesterday at Atlanta's airport, just continuing to talk about the TSA.
Oh, I saw this video.
3 hours to get through security.
Did you see this, guys? If you haven't, it's amazing. It's online. Someone said, this is the longest line I've ever seen. They did a time lapse. It just kept going and going and going and going. And then I was like, I've never seen a longer line.
And we actually have some members of DBL Nation. John Venturini sent us a picture this morning from BWI Airport, and that's one
in Baltimore.
Had no lines. No lines at all. He got through
LaGuardia.
really swiftly.
Okay, so it's different airports.
And John Venturini is so nice. He said he did try to give them some sort of compensation, and they were not able to take anything, which was very nice.
I almost tried to tip.
And I think it's nice to do that. I think it's a nice thought. Obviously, they're not allowed to accept that, so that's a bummer.
Stephen Hill, who always writes in about my observations about our hair and our makeup, just wrote in, GM guys, good morning. Tori, compliments to your eye makeup guy.
Jure.
It's a new palette that I've been telling everyone about. It's super cheap. Look at ColourPop, COLOUR, the English way of saying it. Man, the pigment stays. If you're into makeup, I highly recommend it. I was overserved at dinner and ordered a lot of ColourPop makeup, and it just came, and now everyone's enjoying it.
I love it.
Okay,
DBL Nation, we've got some other comments coming in from you guys. Kevin is joining us on YouTube. He says, I'm sick and tired of this government shutdown. I'm done with it all. Brandy Sprong joining us on YouTube. Thanks for joining us, Brandy. She says, I'm over politics in general.
Can you guys believe this? Tori Shulman's about to say this. So am I.
I was waiting for like a sound effect to come up, and it never came.
It never came, but that was better. The silence was important.
It made me a little awkward and uncomfortable, which politics are.
I'm so sick of inaction. At this point, a 3-year-old could figure this out. Take the wall off the table just so people can get paid. I think we can all agree. Do we want a Coast Guard man or woman that is
gonna come
serving
save
our life?
you? Yeah.
Do we want him or her to have money? Yes.
Yes.
I think we can all agree.
Same with the TSA officers. They're saving you.
Yeah, they're all. Yeah, it's crazy.
Protecting you on a
so
flight.
whether or not you dislike the government, the administration, and we all agree these people need to get paid, and I'm sick of saying it.
Okay, ready? Now it's time for my favorite story of the day. This is the best story of the day. You can argue with me all you want, but I'm going to win because it's the best story. So,
I think I know what this is.
We have many, many French fries.
Okay, yeah.
So, President Trump last night hosted the Clemson Tigers, which this is a touchy subject for me because I'm an Alabama fan, but they... No, it's okay. Alabama always
Where
wins.
is Clemson?
South, north. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were like teasing me because I
No,
don't know.
I was
You
asking.
don't know.
No,
Where is Clemson?
I thought you were questioning me.
Do you guys
North
know?
or South Carolina?
I'm picturing Tigers. Do you know?
One of the Carolinas, right?
We are awesome at sports.
I think it's one of the Carolinas.
Athletics.
John Venturini is going to get on us
Somebody
for this one.
write
I'm
us
pretty
in
sure
about
it's
this.
coming in. So he hosted them last night, but because of the government shutdown, the kitchen staff at the White House is not there because they're furloughed.
Irony!
So that's funny. So President Trump has to pay for the meal himself. So Leo, can you go ahead and pull up the picture? And Domino's. And as you can see in this photo, President Trump is very, very satisfied with the spread. He noted in his remarks when he was talking to the team that he loves fast food himself, which we've heard before. This one offended me a little bit. He said he was going to have the first and second lady make salads. But
Who's the second lady?
The vice president.
I know. No. It's Mrs. Pence.
Well, he called her the second lady.
I don't think that's what we call her. Anyway,
He called her the second lady,
Yeah,
so I thought that was a
Okay.
term.
I
So-
could be wrong.
No, I don't know. That's just what he called her. And so
You can say he's loving it.
He said that, right? That was a good one. Now, my favorite part is that, like, the ranch dressing little condiments are, like, in a silver tray.
Wait, can I show you what the tweet
Yeah,
that's
show
going
the
viral?
meme, show the meme.
Okay, so this is W. Kamal Bell on Twitter and Instagram, and I just put it on my Instagram, and I need more followers, so go ahead and follow me. It says, White House staffer choking back tears. I guess we could use the Lincoln gravy boats for the McNugget sauces. And they did use fancy silver, if you guys can see, for the McNugget sauces. And he's lighting a candelabra of probably some beautiful antique of probably Mrs. Madison or former First Lady Polk or something, and this poor man has to light it amongst the Burger King. It's just a really funny image. I mean, it sums up optically, I think, what a lot of people feel.
Yeah. So one of the quotes he said is, "This is good stuff, good American food." Again, he said he was going to have the first and second lady make salads, but he told the team he knew they wouldn't be into salads. So he's like, what are they going to be into? They're going to be into fast food. Here's my problem. They eat fast food all the time on the road.
True.
They get that
travel
all the
a lot.
time.
Yeah.
This should be a special meal. I don't care if the president has to pay for it. Can you, like, splurge for some Maggiano's buffet or something? Like,
Isn't Maggiano's delicious?
it could have been anything. You could have done anything, and you got fast food for them? That just seems, not to mention, these poor players said it was cold. They said
Yeah.
the fast food was cold.
And then someone said to me, there's nothing worse than cold McDonald's. And I
Ew.
thought to myself,
Cold French
is there any
fries?
fast food that y'all like cold? And I thought, no, there really...
Chick-fil-A.
Taco Bell.
Chick-fil-A. I'll eat, like, Chick-fil-A
Pizza, but I'm
chicken
saying
nuggets.
burgers. Are there any burgers that you would like
In-N-Out,
cold?
maybe. In-N-Out, maybe.
Oh, wait, hold on. Bin 31 says...
Oh,
cold-
Arby's? Okay, but that's not a burger.
I found
That
this
would-
both
that
hilarious
was-
and sad, but doesn't his hotel have a restaurant? Couldn't he have just had them cater the food for the event or a small restaurant in D.C.?
Yes,
I'm
indeed,
from
he
D.C.
could have.
People have made it, they would have had an honor for doing that. So you're absolutely right.
I mean,
there was
even
something
a
American.
buffet.
Yeah, I think he kept saying this is American food. It looks American. Remember, the president himself admitted to having 3 fillet of fishes a day and a chocolate shake. So that's his ongoing major dinner, his routine dinner. So to him, this might have been, I'm having dinner with the guys. It, to the American people, it sort of looked a little cheap and weird. But maybe you disagree with me. I wouldn't want cold burgers if I was invited to the White House.
All right, we've got Michael Turner chiming in on Facebook. Michael, thank you for joining us.
Ooh,
on
I think we
Facebook.
got a debate going.
Yeah, Michael says, "What's up with you chatterboxes? I've just found this website by accident. Oh, I'm so happy you did." He says, "You two are pretty cool. You can carry on, though. Wouldn't want to live with either one of you. Yakety, yakety, yak." Well, Michael Turner, that's a good thing we didn't invite you to live with us. But I am so happy you have joined us. We like to talk about the top trending stories here on The Break Room, and you can join us. Or...
Okay, and now Angie Boyd Walter says Trump could serve them a 5-star meal himself, and you still would complain. No, I do hear you. I do hear. Wait, let me be honest. I hear you, and it's like everything Trump does, I'm annoyed by. I'm just like surprised. I think more by what Trump does. Because there's no other president that would ever serve like burger. I mean, I get it. You think I'm this person that just hates everything he does. Not true. What he did with prison reform, I'm really trying to like the guy. Yeah. I really am. And I hear you, Angie, and I appreciate you that.
I mean, the picture of him like this, he's so proud. And I'm sorry, but we can all afford fast food. We can't all afford a nice dinner. Like, you could have just gotten them something nice. I don't know. Also, that's just my problem.
Trump's also trolling us. Like, he knows we're going to be talking about this.
I know. He wants us to talk about it.
Angie, I'm sort of doing what he wanted. He wanted distraction from all of the other talk. This was distraction. He knew he would get it. On Twitter, he wrote, I paid myself 1,000 hamburgers and spelled it wrong. He knows how to spell hamburger. Yeah. He spelled it wrong. Whatever it is.
But that's a good point, Angie. Yeah, it is a good point because I think a lot of people feel that way. So thank you for writing in, Angie.
Yeah.
Singing Mary, chiming in on YouTube. Hi, Mary. Thanks for joining us today. We should probably get to the fifth host now.
Fifth host. This is so good. This is my favorite story of the day.
Yes. So our fifth host today.
Wait, the Masoko, how do you know no one else would have done that? Obama was a fast food lover. I agree, but when you come to a White House dinner, and I've been to like 2 in my lifetime, it is an honor.
What? You've gotten to go to the White House?
Yeah, but I'm not talking like, I'm not like chilling with the president.
Still, that's so cool.
But it's an honor, and they serve really beautiful china, and when you go as Clemson Tigers players, you would expect to have some kind of like
and they
White
do
House
usually
dining,
have a formal dinner for these men because they're
exciting. I was a Christmas dinner at George H.W. Bush. I had a lot of eggnog, and that's where I discovered I was lactose intolerant in the Blue Room at the White House.
Did you have to use the bathroom?
I sure did. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh my God. Let's move on from that. So the fifth host question today is Gillette. Gillette just released a new ad, and some people are saying it's very progressive and sends a good message, but some people are saying that it takes traditional masculinity and makes that masculinity toxic.
So let me explain the ad a little bit.
We actually have it. So it's about 2 minutes long, so take a look. Leo's going to pull it up for us. Take a look.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement against sexual harassment.
Masculinity.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it? We can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy? What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says
and there will be no going back. Because we believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool, not cool.
Some already are. In ways big
Yo, men,
and small.
I am strong.
I am strong.
But some is not enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay? Okay.
Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement.
So, yeah, a little teary-eyed. I think that ad's very emotional. I think a lot of us got the same feeling from that, but there are a lot of people across America right now who don't have a good feeling about this ad. A lot of alpha males is what they're calling themselves, say that this is turning being an alpha male, making that seem toxic.
Yeah, I just want to give a few statements about this. I think this is the new Nike. I think this is Nike
totally agree with
2.0.
you.
I think we saw what happened when they got Colin Kaepernick. You saw a raise in their stocks, even though it caused a lot of debate. You saw Nike move forward politically as a brand.
Because it's something that's happening now.
Correct.
Yes.
And it's very now. And to be honest,
Yep.
if you want to be a brand right now, you somehow, some ways have to somewhat get political. And this is a political ad. I mean, let's be
100%.
honest. They chose very left-wing, progressive hosts
Clips, yeah,
and
bio
hosts.
clips,
So
yeah.
I do understand that. I think the moment that's getting alpha males really upset is the moment when the two boys are playing and wrestling at the picnic.
Okay.
And the men who are flipping the burger say, let's go break it
Boys
up.
will be boy.
And they say boys will be boys, and then they realize no, let's break this up. A lot of our staff was saying, hey, that is boys will be boys, and a lot of the other staff were saying, no, that's a bullying
That's
someone
what
else.
starts off that,
Right.
yeah.
So it really, for Gillette to call out themselves in an old sexist ad, for Gillette to be speaking about this, and here's my third take and final take, and then I'll talk to you guys about what you thought. Women control the pocketbook of the family. And when you can touch a female like that, especially that mansplaining part, right?
Smile, honey.
Smile,
that
honey.
kind of
Or
thing.
let me explain what she meant in the boardroom. I'm going to be at the supermarket, and many moms and dads, and I mean
Step
moms and
ahead of
wives,
you.
and I'm going to be buying Gillette now because I see that it makes me think of that
100%.
feeling. And that is a
100%.
brilliant ad choice.
I mean, for me, and I know Sam said this earlier, I'm going to buy Gillette now because of that. I think that a lot of people feel that way today. We actually have a great comment coming in from DBL Nation. Derek Lewandowski, I love that last name, on Facebook. Thanks for joining us. I thought this was a great ad and that it challenges us to be better as men. Good on them for not even using the word razor in the entire
I know.
ad. How cool is that, though?
And
It gives
also-
me chills.
I know.
How cool is that?
And also, what's the most masculine item, really? A razor. You
A
think
razor.
of a man shaving. You think like
Shaving, yeah.
cowboys. You think
Yep.
of. So someone wrote in, why do you think this is political? It's for me, it's all personal. Carrie Adams said that. The reason I said that, and I said it specifically, is because, and if you look at it from the other side, they didn't choose neutral. My only point is that scene where they show the talk show people. Yep. Or I'm sorry, the anchors.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know that, they're all like the Young Turks. All of those are people I recognize that are incredibly left wing.
And progressive, yeah.
So that was the only moment I meant. The rest of it is just humanity at the best of it, in my opinion. Now, I'm just speaking from the other point of view. They're saying, well, you're shoving a razor down my throat. I don't need to hear this. And also, you didn't represent the other side of it in that ad. So I'm trying to give you what the other side is thinking. For me, I burst into tears. It was phenomenal. I thought it was personal, humanitarian, so manly, so sexy. Terry Crews.
Oh yeah,
up there.
I love Terry Crews, but a lot of people don't feel that way.
Yeah, so
a lot
if
of
you're
people
one of
feel
those
like,
people,
yeah.
Millie Rentis just wrote us in, I love it, all caps. Teach boys to love and respect one another.
Yes.
Do what's right. No more boys will be boys. What they are doing is just wrong. And I would love to find out if you had a problem with it. If you didn't, Kevin said I had no problem with it. It was a great ad. I got to be honest, I could see it at the Super Bowl, the most masculine moment in American history, the Super Bowl, and then you have a Gillette with the masculine razor, and it's about treating women with respect. That's huge.
Yep, Christopher
Huge.
on Twitter. I just want to get in one more comment from DBL Nation. Christopher, thank you for joining us on Twitter, by the way. He says, I can't love this enough. I was a boy picked on in school, but then got bigger so I could defend those who got bullied. It's a reason why I served. Thank you for serving. He goes on to say, I've taught my son to treat others how you want to be treated with respect regardless. Hashtag the best men can be. Thank
is
you so
this,
much for writing
Christopher?
in, Christopher. We really appreciate you writing in. That comment gave me chills. I think that is the point of the ad. I think that's exactly, you got the point. You're already doing it, but I think it's going to be great if other people can take that from the ad and do the same thing you're already doing.
Yeah, and guess what? Now we get to single out people like you. What other ad allows you to single out people,
People who
like
are doing
you?
something good.
Exactly.
Oh,
We
I
wouldn't
love
have
it.
heard your story if
No.
it weren't for Gillette.
You're exactly right,
So
Tori.
as a
That's a really good
woman,
point.
Gillette makes women razors too.
And
so
a lot
now
of people
I'm
are
buying
actually
it for myself.
a lot of people are saying the prices are a little too different with the women's versus the men's, and they need to be more even, is what they're saying.
Okay, well, I'm
That's a
sure
really
they'll
good
listen
point.
to that.
Yep.
Singing Mary just writes in, I don't see why an alpha male would be upset by this either. Like you said, we learn by example, and this has to do with humanity, being a good man and setting a good example. Let me give you a tweet that someone wrote in about the ad, which is ironic. It starts with, this ad had me in tears, speaking about an alpha male, which is ironic. But he said, I'm an alpha male, and what you're saying to me is you castrated me. And I think what I think and what I'm
Missing the
hearing
point.
is, it's that scene where the two boys are wrestling. They're saying, let a male be a male. And what a lot of the other people in our meeting said is that wasn't a men, boys being boys. One of the kids was bullying. If you look closely, you could see it.
Yes, I think some people missed that part of the ad, that they were just playing around. They're not. One of the kids is being bullied. So I think that's probably why people are confused.
But that scene seems to be the most interesting. Kevin Ang, I just want to finish up with this, is a razor is a rite of passage for all sorts of men. And for Gillette to use it to talk about masculine, think about it. You go through puberty and that's when you pick up the razor.
Yep, and that's when you learn those habits of bullying or respect.
Great point.
That's a really great point. Thank you, DBL Nation, as always, for joining us. You're gonna see your comments on the show.
They're going
please
crazy.
Keep sending them in.
Oh, and we're adding more time for your comments at Fifth Host,
yes,
and less of our comments. So make sure to write in because you have more of a chance of getting read.
And again, it's a safe space. We want to have a debate with you, and we want it to be a safe space. So
love to hear your opinions on this.
Please send us your comments. We're gonna go to Heart Threads now, and this one is a really good new one. So check it out.
Yes.
I couldn't believe the amount of hate and ignorance that was out there. Children like Sophia are children. To be honest, many people don't even view her as a human. And I'm really just fighting for the most basic human right. She deserves respect and she deserves dignity. It was shocking to hear that news that your child might not survive birth. I was 34 weeks pregnant when I found out that Sophia had facial, hand, and foot deformities. I went to an ultrasound at 34 weeks, and that's when they told me I needed to see a specialist right away. They were trying to figure out what they were looking at in the ultrasound. It felt like my world was caving in. Sophia is 10 years old. And she is profoundly disabled, and she was also born with facial deformities. She has Rett syndrome, and that causes seizures, issues with breathing, tremors, and it takes away your ability to walk, talk, and pretty much do anything for yourself. But she is the strongest human being I know. She's sweet, and she's positive, and she loves to cuddle. When I would first take Sophia out when she was a baby, people were very mean and they were cruel. I felt really depressed and sad that people couldn't accept my child and see how amazing she really is. And from that point on, I began to retreat and stay a bit more private. I would have to muster up just so much strength just to go to the grocery store, only to be brought back down again because someone else did something mean or stared and whispered or completely avoided us.
I have fought for Sophia's life since the day she was born. I know that one day I will lose her to one of her conditions.
Almost 3 years ago that I made the decision to no longer hide and no longer allow my fear and my pain to control me and what I did. You don't hear from parents of profoundly disabled children and one with facial deformities very often. My fight turned into a global fight, really, when I fought against Twitter to take down a post using Sophia's image to promote abortion for disabled children. And I was like, I'm no longer gonna take this. I'm not gonna sit back and allow people to do harmful things to my child and to others who are different. And so I fought back, and the more I was in the public eye, the more hate and criticism and judgments I would receive. But I've gotten used to it, to be honest, and I think it's a pretty powerful place to be because I'm unstoppable now. I'm going to continue to fight, and I'm going to continue to expose the hate so that we can change it. Really, I feel like that's what I love more than anything else that I do, is helping others, and it's what I'm meant to do. It's a part of who I am, which before I didn't know who I was, and this has really put me in the place where I am no longer hiding myself, and I am being real and authentic and sharing our story, a glimpse into our lives, hopefully changing the stigma that surrounds profoundly disabled children and people with facial deformities. Society has all taught us what success and value and beauty mean, but I would like to challenge everyone else to create their own definition. When you see true beauty and you realize there's value in every single human being, no matter what their ability is, it can change the world. I really do believe unconditional love can change the world.
We're talking about what you're talking about.
Thrown under the bus.
No.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
Sam, you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I'm in.
Tori just won't let it go.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. It's Tuesday, January 15th. We are live, and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Tori, Bo, Brandon, and I'm Sam. Let's get started. Well, a new Me Too inspired Gillette ad is sparking a lot of controversy right now. Check out this clip.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it?
I think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says
And there will be no going back. Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Gillette, best known for its razors, posted the ad to social media with this tweet saying, "Boys will be boys. Isn't it time we stopped excusing bad behavior?" Well, you better believe the ad has sparked a big conversation online, both positive and negative, and now some are even calling for a boycott. One person tweets, "The Gillette ad is a reflection of where we are. It's 2019, and the message does not erode your masculinity. It actually paints you as a strong and responsible person." While another argues men are not the problem. There are bad people in the world. Masculinity is not toxic. And finally, another tweets, "Gillette practically just castrated me. You're trying to make it illegal to be an alpha male, but I'm not going to let it happen. Me and other brave alpha male warriors will fight back and defend masculinity." Okay. I mean, Tori, you're shaking your head. What's
Yeah,
up?
I just have three things to say about this ad. First off, we all know my opinions. I think it's great. I think it's beautiful. I think when I saw a man do this to a woman in a boardroom and say, "I think this is what she means," I started crying because
you've been there.
I've been there, and how many women have been there? And when I saw a man say, "Hey, dude, not cool, not cool," when the man stopped it, beautiful ad. I'm sorry. And I buy razors for my family. And as a woman, a lot of women are head of the pocketbook. They now make, they have Gillette women razors. They're going to be putting that in their cart. So we see that Gillette has stepped into the Nike version of, I'm getting somewhat on the side of the social commentary of the Me Too movement. They made a big splash. I love it. I will say this, the razor, and this is something that a DBL viewer pointed out, is such a moment of puberty for men and women. And it's right when a man and a father is teaching their son to shave. You're meeting women in a different way. You're feeling things in a different way. You can either go one way or the other. What a brilliant way of showing adolescents to become men. This is the new man, and it's sexy as hell.
Anyone disagree with Tori? Do you disagree with Tori?
I don't disagree, but I do think that this ad may be more targeted to women than to men. And here's why I say that, because I'm seeing a lot of men upset about this. And here's where I identify with it. The ad kind of comes from a place, if you just watch it right away and you hear toxic masculinity, the notion that toxic and masculinity are synonymous. And that ticks a lot of guys off, because what they're saying to you is there is something fundamentally flawed about me being a man, as opposed to a correctional part of behavior that I can fix. Toxicity can be female or male. So I think they need to make that differentiation, and in doing so, without combining some of the cultural components, rap culture, some lyrics that I've heard that are completely disrespectful to women, if they included that, we could also talk about a societal and cultural effect.
Well, they did include some rap lyrics. They did include a lot of, okay, they could have included more, but I'm sure they had a time constraint. They also highlighted moments in pop culture, TV. And let's be honest here, this is something that needs to be addressed, considering we saw the outpour of the Me Too movement, both men and women victims of sexual assault and sexual misconduct. More so women, though. So because there's that disproportionate amount of women who have been victims of this misogyny, don't you think this is an appropriate ad?
Yeah, of course. And all they're saying is men with confidence should step up and hold other men accountable. Like you said, it's toxic masculinity is a type of masculinity, and the alpha males, we feel as though the ones who have a problem with this and the perverts are the ones who are ruining it for us. There's no problem with me competing and working with a woman in a workplace. There's no problem with me holding my baby niece in a baby carrier like Daniel Craig did, and not worry about Piers Morgan trying to shame me. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't understand why some men feel like they're being attacked.
And let's just say some men, because I did go on social media. There is a lot of men out there that feel like that they are allies, they're part of the solution, and they are not offended.
And they like this ad.
Yep. And they do. And then some are offended. So let's make sure that we continue to hear from DBL Nation. This has gotten a lot of you fired up. So we are going to make it our 5th host topic today. Let us know what you think right now by commenting on our Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. Is Gillette making traditional masculinity seem toxic? All right, moving on. It's January 15th, and that means we're now in day 25 of the government shutdown. Let's get to Kelly Schuberth with the latest.
Sam, you said it. We're now more than 3 weeks into the government shutdown, and talks in our nation's capital are still gridlocked. Right now, 43,000 members of the Coast Guard are working without pay because they won't receive their checks today. In the meantime, the blue flu we're seeing at airports across the country just continues to get worse, with so many TSA workers calling in sick because they're working without pay. TSA reports sick calls are up 137% from this time last year. Right now, there are no talks scheduled to end the government shutdown, but I'll, of course, let you know if I get any new information.
Wow, thank you, Kelly. Speaking of the shutdown, a lot of the White House staff are furloughed because of it. So the president personally paid for the catering last night, and he welcomed the NCAA champions, the Clemson Tigers, to the White House with a buffet of fast food. Here's what he said about it.
We have pizzas, we have 300 hamburgers, many French fries. So I had a choice. Do we have no food for you because we have a shutdown? Or do we give you some little quick salads that the First Lady will make? We bought 1,000 Burger King, all-American companies. Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's. We have Big Macs, we have Quarter Pounders with cheese, we have everything that I like, that you like. And I know no matter what we did, there's nothing you can have that's better than that, right?
Well, you better believe the internet had a field day with this story. And this meme is on fire with the president as the Hamburglar, saying, quote, "Tell him I paid for everything." But this got us asking, what would you expect to eat if you were invited to the White House? Bo, would you be happy to? No.
No. After watching that documentary, What the Health, I'm not loving it.
What the Hell is an incredible documentary,
it's really good. I encourage you to watch it. Processed meat, no. If I came to the White House, I want a Trump steak. I want something bigger and better than what they gave. The only reason I think he had McDonald's in there so he could say billions and billions served. I think that's the only reason he did it, to be honest with you.
Wait a second, let me get this straight. This is the first time I really heard you call out President Trump.
Yeah,
so this is
McDonald's.
what you're calling out President Trump.
Look, I disagree with him on a number of different things. I'm not one of these always Trumper people. Look, just understand that. I want people to get it that I disagree with him on many issues. It's not. I'm not just drinking the Kool-Aid. Particularly if I'm going to the White House, as you have before, and that's what I'm getting served.
It's a huge shame because the Clemson Tigers, what did they win this? And the reward is this moment you can tell your children about. The honor of being at 1600 Pennsylvania. You have the White House China from, I mean, I know I'm going on and on, but that's the point. When I went there, the idea is to see the food and on the plates. And you saw the poor guy putting the candelabra and there's chicken McNuggets on the Lincoln gravy boat. I mean, come on, what are we doing here?
Now, we got to go to our very own Brandon London, because Brandon London's a former Super Bowl champion, and you were actually invited to the White House. So, number one, tell us about that experience. And two, if you were to go again, what would you expect to eat?
Well, I didn't go. I actually, back then, I was 23 years old, kind of like the age of a lot of these young Clemson athletes. And during that time, I wasn't what they call woke now. I was too wrapped up in trying to blame the government for different things. I didn't like George Bush. And I had what Kanye said was the victim mentality. So me and a couple guys, I'm not going to call them out, we didn't go. And I look back at it, and I kind of regret that because that was a time to spend with your teammates. But had I went and, I got some secret sauce in front of the Secret Service, we would have had a problem. I've always thought if I ever get a chance to go back, I want one of those like triangle tuna sandwiches that have celery.
With the tuna melt.
Yeah,
so now, if you go to the White House and there's no hot sauce, you're out. You're just actually going to leave.
Oh, if no tapatio, I'm out of there. I'm going down to the border myself to Mexico to go get the finest hot sauce.
And I guess I just wouldn't have ate that night.
How
I'm
would
vegetarian,
you?
And I know some of those athletes actually on that team are vegetarian. So that's interesting.
There you go.
You just can't assume everyone's a meat eater.
He had salad. He had side salad. A McShake?
No, he said he didn't.
He said he didn't have salad. And we don't eat salads. That's a misconception.
As long as there's no Shamrock shakes.
All right. Rumors are swirling that New Jersey Senator Cory Booker and actress Rosario Dawson are dating. Reports say that they saw a movie and caught a Broadway play last month, and they even were seen holding hands. Senator Booker is expected to announce a 2020 presidential run any day now. While Rosario is well known for her acting roles, she's also celebrated for her political activism. So considering that politicians and celebrities are almost one now, does this make him a better presidential candidate, or do you think this will hurt him? Even though she's been an incredible activist. I should
and she's a great actress, and she is a great activist. Here's what I worry about is, again, like you just pointed out, pop culture, celebrity, fame, and politics are now one and the same, right? Here's the problem now. There's double for you to go after when you're the opponent to this. So Cory Booker has to be worried that he's going to come at it from not only his policies and his gaffes, but any tweets or gaffes that she also has done, and she's pretty radical on some ways.
But Tori, do you think that in being a candidate now that he may be making this choice in part because he knows the scrutiny he's going to undergo, and he needs a partner for someone to deflect some of what he's going to be getting? Is that possible?
Absolutely. I also think he's probably attracted to someone who's really ready to step up. I think he really wants that. I think it's if he plays it correctly and protects her and steps up, but allows her to speak for herself, it could be a great thing. Wow. But don't speak for her. That's the thing.
Because we're not looking. He's not dating Cardi B or Nicki Minaj. Like you said, this woman, she is deep involved in politics. And then if you're going to be the first lady, you have to have a Be Best campaign, a Let's Move campaign. So I'm sure she'll have some sort of structure to add to the White House if he makes it.
Yep. If you're not aware, she walks the walk when it comes to politics and social issues. She's incredible. DBL is live. We will bring you breaking news as soon as it happens. Coming up next, the Oscars might not have a host, but the Grammys do. Find out who it is next. Plus, Brandon and Bo. They go behind the scenes at A Bronx Tale, a Broadway musical all about the mob and killer dance moves. And you, the viewer, are our fifth host. We're sharing your comments on that Gillette ad that's raising a lot of eyebrows. Don't miss the conversation that's coming up next.
Naomi is so sweet. Oh, perfect. 2:30.
Great.
Naomi goes, I think I saw some pre-made salads in the picture. I love you, Naomi, trying to make it.
There was another misconception that vegetarians just eat salad.
Yeah.
That's not going to fill you up. It doesn't fill us up. Again, I would just be grateful just to be invited to the White House. I wouldn't have cared what was served, to be quite honest. But I just think it's funny that nobody's brought up the fact that there's a few athletes, according to one of the Clemson Tigers trainers, that are meatless, completely meatless, vegan, take their veganism very seriously, and then we just assume that everyone just eats meat.
Yeah.
I eat a salad every day, but Brandon says they're stinky.
Really? They are stinky.
Why are your salads stinky?
It's kale. It's
no, but I'm smelling some Brussels
No, but it's not meat.
Oh, like
I
your
didn't bring
egg
that
this
in.
morning, Tori? That wasn't stinky.
So every day now I've got an avocado toast with an egg. I don't know where to go. I'm stinking up everywhere. I was going to go to the green room. I don't know. Kelly just yelled outside. Okay, I'll be eating outside.
Here's some good comments on Hugh B, and I like this one. Boys will be what you raise them to be. And that's a quote from his wife. I think that's kind of true.
And that's in
You're
the
a product
commercial.
of your raising.
Yeah. Here's what I was going to tell you that I wanted to hear your opinion about.
Yeah.
Because they didn't just say masculinity, because they had that adjective toxic masculinity, didn't you think they avoided what you were saying was the trap of all boys are this? Because they specifically said toxic masculinity.
I know,
like
but in doing so, I don't think they made the right differentiation. When you say boys will be boys, and you just see two boys, kind of wrestling at the bottom, that's not toxic.
That's where you're upset that one scene.
Well, not just that, but to hear boys will be boys.
But then
because
you see the other boys step in. You see in my opinion, I really thought that this showcased the best in men and boys, because you can see how powerful their allyship and example can be.
Yeah. I just didn't see the distinction between who I am biologically versus the choices that I make in the character I want.
You don't think the word toxic masculinity
I think that didn't help.
See, I think that did help.
It differentiated.
Yes,
but we hear it so much now. I think people like myself who are center right here, and they go, this is some agenda being forced down my throat, which has a negative connotation. That's all.
Welcome back to DBL. And today's fifth host, we want to hear from you about the new Gillette ad that has all of us talking. The ad speaks to the Me Too movement and challenges men to overcome toxic masculinity. We talked about it before the break, and a lot of people are reacting. Some people applaud the ad, while others feel it's actually a negative depiction of men. So DBL Nation, is the ad shaming men or encouraging them to be their best? Let's get right to their comments.
Here we go. Cyber Knight from Twitter says, boys should be allowed to wrestle and be boys. They need to learn how to release their aggression and navigate in the world as men. I totally disagree with the message from Gillette.
All right, let's get to Millie rather. Millie from Facebook says, I love it. Teach boys to love and respect one another. Do what's right. No more boys will be boys when that they are doing in these examples are just wrong.
Sterling from Twitter says, what a joke. Men for generations have been the best men possible. To say that they need to change is unfair.
Patrick from Twitter, I only wish there was a part that showed us how male presidential aspirants should treat female political opponents and disabled female journalists.
Ouch! All right, Ragnar from Twitter says, instead of encouraging random angry wrestling, enroll them in a sport that teaches discipline of one's aggression, like karate or something. Teach them to be a protector, not an aggressor.
Ooh, that's powerful. And Jim from Twitter says, I don't get the controversy. I thought it was a great ad. I mean, quite simply, I think it's your lens, and I tried to remove myself from it because I thought it was very powerful and empowering. So I asked my husband, and he thought it was empowering. So I guess it just depends how you're looking at it.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to ask you a question, Bo. You were saying how you think it's about all men. There's a way that it sort of whitewashes it in that way. And I don't mean racially, but when you say masculinity, I understand that, but they are specifically saying toxic masculinity.
But people in the center, like myself or center right, they hear this word, this terminology, and toxic masculinity becomes part of the progressive vernacular. And they will think that an ideology is being shoved down our throats, saying that there's fundamentally a flaw because I have a Y chromosome. And they will say that's a problem. They think when you see leftist Young Turks journalists being in this ad, if you put Tim Tebow, you put Bill O'Reilly, you put Tucker Carlson there, you have a different there's going to be a different message coming across.
I think if you're offended, it's like, who's the snowflake now?
But I'm not being, but no one's being offended. I don't think it's about offense. It's about you are pushing an ideology down my throat that I don't necessarily agree with just because I'm a man.
But at the end of the day, wasn't the message showcasing that
there's nobility in it? Yes, I see messages of nobility in it.
Can we focus on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I think those are admirable qualities. Who's going to not applaud someone standing up for a woman? Who's not going to do that?
Sure. All right, amen. Okay. See, we ended on a pleasant note. Yes, a pleasant note. We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at this moment.
I have more good news. Sam just announced Alicia Keys is hosting the Grammy Awards, and the first thing she did was call her mama and then her family. Watch this.
I know it's been top secret, but I am hosting the Grammys. I'm going to host the Grammys.
All right, at least one of them is excited about the news. The Grammys air on CBS February 10th.
Woo! Congratulations, Alicia Keys.
Good choice.
Yes, great choice. Coming up on DBL, our own Bo Davidson. There they are in Brandon, London. Check out one of the hottest Broadway tours around, A Bronx Tale. Find out if they have what it takes to make it on stage. That's coming up next.
Upcoming, you're going to see Brandon and I went to learn some dance moves from A Bronx Tale. I don't know if you've seen the movie or if you've seen the Broadway musical.
We went to the musical.
Yeah, and it was great.
It's incredible.
So Brandon and I, well, Brandon's obviously competitive because he's an athlete. I'm competitive too. It's just in my nature. So we were like, I was a little worried because I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be able to learn this choreography in this small amount of time.
Now, pause. Can I ask you a question? Because we all know that he's classically trained as a musician. In some of that training, did they teach you dance or no?
Good question.
I elected not to take the dance, which I should have, because
so I
lost parts in Thoroughly Modern Millie and Hairspray.
You didn't have the dance skills.
Footloose, because I had the skills. I couldn't learn it in that small amount of time. So Brandon and I are out there, and I was like, well, he's got athletes, so he knows, he's got rhythm, he's got coordination. I've got the musician, the rhythm component, and I think we did pretty darn well.
They only had, here's the thing, they only had like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So when you watch this, you're going to be blown away. Compare that to Tori and I. We get so learning the moves of Mamma Mia. Tori was actually not bad. I was completely offbeat.
At one point, we're both
and I
just
think I was
throwing
there an
stars
hour.
in there.
I'm pretty much sure, and I think our dance moves were simpler than
They were.
theirs.
It was like walk to the right, walk to the left.
Start.
Both like plie to pied and a twirl and
Yeah.
a twirl. Yeah, that was amazing.
Now, with all of your training in theater and improv, did you do dance training?
So much dance.
See?
But guess what? I'm not good at it.
I don't believe that because
Well-
I saw Tori pick up the moves very quickly at Mamma Mia.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
What do you mean step ball change? Step ball change.
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. It's a story of a young man who was caught between the father he loves and the mob boss he'd love to be. We are talking about A Bronx Tale. The movie starring Robert De Niro debuted in theaters in 1993 and since then has been turned into a hit Broadway musical.
And the show has left the New York stage for a national tour. And recently, Bo and I went to the Denver Center of Performing Arts to go behind the scenes to learn what it takes to train for these intense dance numbers. Put your dancing shoes on, people. You can do it, you can do it. Oh, bravo, bravo. How you doing?
Hi.
Brandon London, welcome to Denver.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Hey, Leanna, nice to meet you.
How you getting acclimated to this Denver altitude?
Ooh, we're working on it. It's real. It's real.
I'm so fascinated about what you all do. And Bo is a trained musician. I am a trained athlete. So we want to know about the training.
We were in rehearsals for about 2 months before we go on tour, and then we do a period of 10 days where we're in the theater for 12 hours.
Denver is one of the harder ones you've had to do because of the altitude, for sure.
Absolutely.
Very dance-intensive show, obviously, yeah? So what are we going to be learning today? What are you going to teach us?
We're going to learn a little bit of the finale.
Well, we both love a challenge. I'm known to cut a rug a little bit. So do you have any pointers for Bo?
Oh, for me. For me.
Stay with us.
Stay with us.
So, all right, well, let's give it a shot. You want to?
Let's do it.
If you leave your toes up.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Keep starting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. False start. Bring it back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mind me step. Ho. Turn it. Ho. 1. Ball change.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at that.
Great coach.
Awesome.
How we do? Any pointers?
Honestly, that was really, really great. Very great technically. You're really good on the turning, really sharp. You had a lot of attitude on this section. I could tell that was your favorite part.
So what'd you think? You guys got an opening for Italian guy number 4 and Italian guy number 5?
I think we might.
We'll call you, though.
We can call you, right? Well, see, we get off at like 3, so we've got, the call time's what, 6? We can be there. Sure?
We'll call you people. I promise.
You want my Instagram or anything?
Haley?
We'll call you. Yep.
A 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah! Shoot. Right? Left? Oh, we screwed it up. All right, well.
That's why they're calling us. We're not calling them.
To see if A Bronx Tale is traveling to your city, check out the link we posted on our Daily Blast Live Facebook page.
And we got some rehearsal to do, so we'll be right back. DBL Nation, when you see the hit bump, you know what time it is. It's time for DBL Deal Blast. We teamed up with our good friends at MorningSave.com to bring you the lowest prices on the hottest products. Here to help us out is Mrs. Lolo herself, bringing it in the 2019 Denise Plant.
Did you miss me?
Absolutely.
Oh, look in my eyes when you lie to me, Brandon.
I'm not lying. I miss you. And DBL missed you as well because you bring the low prices on the hot products.
All the good deals.
So let's go ahead and get over to here because the easiest way to take off the stress of a long day is with these makeup erasers. Now, rave reviews from drag performers to housewives alike. Denise, go ahead and tell us about this.
These really do work. Look how much makeup I have on. Yeah, I say TV makeup. You're so sweet. Mama taught you well. But this is really going to work. You're going to love it. It's the 2-pack, the original makeup erasers. Available in leopard, navy, or red. Ooh. They're reusable, ultra soft makeup remover cloth that erases makeup with only warm water. So it's super easy. Just put it under the tap, a little warm water, and then it gets rid of even thick makeup without leaving a behind residue. It's just a fresh, healthy feeling, free of chemicals. It's machine washable, and each cloth will last 1,000 washes, so it's eco-friendly.
Wow, I know a lot of people who can use this, myself included, because on this show we wear a lot of makeup. And now I know it'll already save a lot of people money because you're not needing to buy disposable products, right?
Yes.
How much is this going to run?
Normally, Brandon, as much as $40, but today, kicking off 2019, baby, 2 for $20 up to 50% off.
Wow, 2
Yes.
2 for the 20. Now that sounds like a deal. All right, let's go on to the next deal because the list goes on and on when we're talking about the benefits of a humidifier. I actually have one at the house and I need it, especially in this Denver cold. Denise, tell us all about this.
Yes, this is good for yourself and for your home too, especially if you have hardwood. I found that out this year.
Really?
You definitely need a humidifier in your home. It's the Humi Ultrasonic Cool Mist Humidifier. It's available in black, white, even gold. You can enjoy soothing relief from dry air symptoms all night long with continuous cooling moisture for up to 24 hours on one tank.
Wow.
Ultrasonic sound waves produce a soft, extra fine mist that conditions the air fast. And the advanced air ionization technology keeps you cool and comfortable year-round. The innovative silhouette modern colors, and get this, it has a soothing LED light. It adds swanky style to your space.
I like swanky style
Yes,
to
you
the
do.
space, and I love having being clear with the air. How much is this going to cost?
Okay, Brandon, normally this would run as high as $100.
Okay.
But today, just $39 up to 61% off.
61%?
Yes.
Well, just grab that with me now.
That's your goodie.
All right, let's keep on going with the low because, you know, a lot of people say that it takes pain to be beautiful. But if you're like me, you'd rather not visit the doc to keep your skin on point. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, because Denise has a product that allows us to work around that old saying.
I was so excited to try this, and I absolutely love it. The ISO Beauty Ultimate Non-Surgical Anti-Aging Syringe. Now, you get a choice of 5 different anti-aging skin treatments. It handles everything from diminishing fine lines and wrinkles to really boosting collagen levels to firming the skin or brightening your skin.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we got, Tori?
Well, people were talking about the Gillette, and we got some of both. It's interesting here. Brandy Sprong puts up an interesting point. As a mom of a boy, I'm trying to raise him not to fight or bully others. The ad is fine, but as a parent, I need to teach my son not an ad. I went on to ask her, could they be an ally? And she said yes, but he might be too young. So she felt like it might be inappropriate. Rainey writes in, I don't understand why encouraging men not to demean women, bully others, or fight is considered anti-masculine. I know plenty of manly men with manners. And finally, Hugh Bean says, remember when toxic meant not to ingest or get on you, not about toxic masculinity. But I think for a lot of women, and maybe for some men, we felt the toxic relationship for a long
It's just now being called out.
It's not being called out.
And I think it's a confidence thing, like you being confident with yourself, like me being confident hugging my dad in front of other people. People used to ask us, why do your family of men always say I love you to each other? There's a confidence with that.
Can you guys see how maybe it's not the end result that people have a problem with it, it's the premise it comes from? We all agree with the outcome, which is equality, doing the right thing, being noble.
I think they do it the right way
with that part, but I liked the ad. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.
You can choose the formula that's best suited for your skin for a personalized treatment. All 5 treatments moisturize and strengthen for healthier skin.
Okay, Denise, when we talk anti-aging, we want to stay fun and look young. So how much is this going to run us?
Well, normally it could run as much as $500. But it's worth it. I mean, you're going to look beautiful. Today, only $39 up to 92% off.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to feel like Benjamin Button with this product.
Going back.
All right, so we'll move on. Now, I'm all about relaxing at the house, you know, kicking back, chilling on my downtime. But I do have loved ones who would love, and I mean love, to be pampered. And Denise has got a gift set. You'll be fighting to decide whether you should keep it for yourself or give it up to someone you love.
Yes, you can shower a friend, a loved one, or even yourself in the comfort and luxury with the Serenity 4-piece spa robe gift set. Now, each premium spa robe set comes with one super soft spa robe. Feel it, it's so nice.
So
I know, you're gonna love it. Plus, you get a pair of slipper socks, you get a loofah, and a hair towel wrap. Absolutely everything you need for a day at the spa, but in the comfort of your own home. And the spa robe is designed to comfortably fit men and women, and one size fits all.
Okay.
Yes, the robe is made from plush microfiber, machine washable. That's why it's so soft. That's why you have to love it.
I love it. Now, comfort and luxury cost a lot. So how much are we talking about when we talking about this set?
You're right. If you weren't watching DBL today, normally you would pay as high as $100, but today, for Daily Blast Live, only $29.71 in savings.
Come on, scoot over here and let's go.
Boom!
That one. Thank you, Denise. And you know what? If you love these products, then go ahead and head on over to morningsave.com to snag these amazing products at the lowest prices. And you can even visit morningsave.com on your smartphone. Thank you so much. And can we get another round of applause for Miss Denise?
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
What do you have to hide?
Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. It's Tuesday, January 15th. We are live and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Erica, Jeff, Al, and I'm Sam. Let's get started. A new Me Too inspired Gillette ad is sparking a lot of controversy right now. Check out the clip.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it? It's been going on far too long.
What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says
And there will be no going back. Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Powerful Gillette, best known for its razors, posted the ad to social media with this tweet saying, "Boys will be boys. Isn't it time we stopped excusing bad behavior?" Well, you better believe the ad has sparked a big conversation online, both positive and negative. And now some are even calling for a boycott. One person tweets, "The Gillette ad is a reflection of where we are. It's 2019, and the message does not erode your masculinity. It actually paints you as a strong and responsible person." While another argues, men are not the problem. There are bad people in the world. Masculinity is not toxic. And finally, another tweets, "Gillette practically just castrated me, just trying to make it illegal to be an alpha male, but I'm not going to let it happen. Me and other brave alpha male warriors will fight back and defend masculinity." All right, let's start with the men here. Did you find it offensive?
Are we going to talk about the men or the alpha brave men?
The warriors.
Ooh, that was very... He painted a picture, didn't he? Mm-hmm. What were you going to ask?
I want to know if it, I mean, I think that this is a beautiful depiction of allyship. I think it showcased the best of men. But was it offensive to you?
Not only was it not offensive, I mean, you and I kind of watched it. You watched it for the second time, and I saw it for the first time, and I definitely teared up a little bit. You know, you realize as a man, like, what kind of legacy that you're leaving. And I've talked to people that say that they've made career choices based on the fact that they knew in 10, 15 years my kids were going to see this, my kids are going to hear this. And I think looking at those young boys, looking at the guys, it took me back to when I was a little kid and the things that I saw and the way that I heard people talked about, the way that I saw women catcalled. It just like it just brought me back to my childhood. So I just hope we're leaving a better world than, you know, for our kids.
I didn't like this.
Really?
I loved it. Aww. Yeah, I love this. I wanted to change it because we're all going to have the same opinion, I feel like. But I love this ad. It spoke directly to me. I think when they're saying boys will be boys is mocking us. It's not saying that's an excuse for us. It's mocking of what we're doing. I grew up not the best person, and now in my 40s, I want to be better every day. from not only my coworkers, my family, my friends, every day in life. And I think this commercial actually depicts just that.
Thank you.
Well, the glow up is real, Jeff. It really is. And I think that Gillette is showing that they're glowing up and growing up as well. Anytime we have conversations like this, I always like to talk to my husband because we have two very different perspectives on the world. My husband is a Caucasian male. He's a leader of industry in what is considered a conservative industry, and I asked him to watch it and ask for his thoughts. He said, I would say that true alpha men and true leaders should have the confidence to A, behave better, and B, admit they can behave better.
Wow.
And I think that that's exactly what it is. If you're identifying with this, then are you identifying with the right side? If you really see yourself in this, are you seeing yourself and reflecting back that you don't like to see yourself that way and that bothers you, as opposed to saying you're going to boycott, then perhaps you should admit that you can behave better.
And speaking of representation, thank you to your husband for that. It's put so well. Speaking of representation, speaking of boycotting, number one, I saw myself in the conference room. It was not anywhere related.
The hand on the shoulder?
Yep, the mansplaining. This has nothing to do with Daily Blast Live. This is other careers I've been in, and let me tell you, that has happened all too often. I know it's happened. We've had this discussion as well, Erica Cobb. So this, to me, makes me want to support Gillette. It makes me want to go to the aisle and not buy the other razors, but buy Gillette, because I feel like that they are not only representing me, but again, they're representing the good in men. So
it's so interesting how quickly people bring up a boycott. Gillette's an American company, I believe, but it's so interesting how people talk out of both sides of their mouth. They're pro-America, wave the flag, and then as soon as they see something that they want, they're willing to try and take some money out of some American pockets. So it's just interesting the juxtaposition people can find.
Yeah, well, you guys definitely have a lot to say, too. I'm looking at your tweets as they're coming in. So we are going to make this our 5th host today. Let us know what you think right now by commenting on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. Is Gillette making traditional masculinity seem toxic? All right, let's move on. It's January 15th, and that means we are now in day 25 of the government shutdown. So let's get to Kelly Schubert. She has the latest.
Sam, you said it. We're now more than 3 weeks into the government shutdown, and talks in our nation's capital are still gridlocked. Right now, 43,000 members of the Coast Guard are working without pay because they won't receive their checks today. In the meantime, the blue flu we're seeing at airports across the country just continues to get worse, with so many TSA workers calling in sick because they're working without pay. TSA reports sick calls are up 137% from this time last year. Right now, there are no scheduled talks to end the government shutdown. I'll let you know if I get any new information.
Wow, thank you, Kelly. Speaking of the shutdown, a lot of the White House staff are furloughed because of it. So the president personally paid for the catering last night, and he welcomed the NCAA champions, the Clemson Tigers, to the White House with a buffet of fast food. Here's what he said about it.
We have pizzas, we have 300 hamburgers, many French fries. So I had a choice. Do we have no food for you because we have a shutdown? Or do we give you some little quick salads that the First Lady will make? We bought 1,000. Burger King, all American companies. Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's. We have Big Macs, we have Quarter Pounders with cheese, we have everything that I like, that you like. And I know no matter what we did, there's nothing you can have that's better than that, right?
Well, you better believe the internet had a field day with this story. And this meme is on fire with the president as the Hamburglar, saying, quote, tell him I paid for everything. But this got us asking, what would you expect to eat if you're invited to the White House? Erica?
I've done the same thing, Sam. When my brother was playing football at Northwestern, I did McDonald's for breakfast and Giordano's Pizza for dinner. Granted, they were moving me from my Lincoln Park apartment to my River North apartment, not celebrating the championship at the White House. But as a senior in college, I paid for the O-line, so you are welcome. See, I'm just like the president.
There you go.
What did you find this offensive, alarming, funny?
Well, I mean, he was trying to do a nice gesture. I'm not going to comment on that, whatever. But I would eat some Italian beefs in the White House, you know what I mean? Keep it Chicago with some Giardiniera, maybe bust a plate.
I don't think I would have been able to eat anything there because it was all meat-based. And according to one of the trainers at the Clemson Tigers, there's several athletes on that team that don't eat meat. So I think you got to make sure you know who you're hosting and accommodate everybody.
I agree.
All right, fair enough. We're remembering iconic Broadway actress Carol Channing. She died today at the age of 97 of natural causes. Carol earned a Lifetime Achievement Tony Award for her legendary career, including roles in classics like Gentlemen Prefer Blondes and Hello, Dolly. So we put together this tribute. Watch. Legendary life, a beautiful career. I remember her in Alice in Wonderland, and yeah. So you had a button that you wanted to...
I think she's best known for her Broadway stuff, but I was doing a little research on her, and I came up with, guess who was the first celebrity to perform at a halftime Super Bowl?
She was?
Carol Channing in 1970 sang Will the Saints Go Marching In.
No way.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
That's one of my favorite nursery rhymes with Sophie. I don't know why I just mentioned
Do
that.
you want to bust a little verse
No,
for us?
absolutely not. No, I'm no Carol Channing. Nope.
All right.
But may she rest in peace. A long life and a long legacy. DBL is live, and we'll bring you breaking news as soon as it happens. Coming up, the star of Steven Spielberg's new West Side Story remake has just been announced. We'll show you who's playing the iconic role of Maria. Plus, former NSYNC band member Joey Fatone has a new gig, but it's not what you might expect, and our very own Jeff Schroeder catches up with him. And you, the viewer, you are our fifth host. We are sharing your comments on that Gillette ad that's raising a lot of eyebrows. Do not miss the conversation.
Tired?
Schubert with the DBL Digital team here. We're taking a look at some of the top stories we're going to be checking out in the breaks. First one, former collaborators of R. Kelly are pulling their music. Lots of people are following suit in that right now. Second, a rock group releases new protest song, and it's good. Ooh, I can't wait to hear that. And then the third one is replacing batteries on iPhone took a bigger bite than Apple predicted. And I actually heard they may be replacing them again. No. Anyway, we'll be covering all of this in the digital breaks this hour, so make sure you stay tuned. See you later, DB. Yeah.
Showing the full Gillette ad.
Ooh, yeah, make sure you stay tuned for that, because we want to know your opinion on that. We're doing it as our fifth host as well today, so watch the full ad.
Yeah, it's
so
a minute 49,
yeah.
I think, so we're going to run that in an upcoming ad.
Yeah, that way you can check it out. Bye, guys.
Welcome back to DBL. And today's fifth host, we want to hear from you about the new Gillette ad that has all of us talking. The ad speaks to the Me Too movement and challenges men to overcome toxic masculinity. We talked about it before the break, and a lot of people are reacting. Some people applaud the ad, while others feel like it's actually a negative depiction of men. So DBL Nation, is the ad shaming men or encouraging them to be their best?
All right, Sharon from Twitter says, anyone offended is likely part of the problem in the first place. I'm 67 years old, and the vast majority of men I've known in my life have been upstanding and respectful. Unfortunately, the big shot abusers are in the minority, but make the most impact. Well said, Sharon.
Yep, and Liz from Facebook chiming in, I feel that anyone who is outraged by this is very likely a part of the problem.
Kevin from YouTube says a razor is a rite of passage of sorts for men. So for Gillette to use it to talk about masculinity and talk about what is right and wrong, it's perfect. Well done, Gillette.
Nice. And Julie from Facebook says, I'd be far more impressed if they price their razors marketed to women the same as the ones they market to men.
That's called the pink tax.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And Alex from Twitter says this is not only sexist because of virtue, signaling against men, but also the assumption that men are the only ones who buy Gillette razors. Also, there isn't one razor blade in the commercial.
All right, and Joanne from Facebook says the people who are hating on this ad makes me sad for women and the girls this ad supports.
Yeah, I think that actually paints men in a bad light, to be honest with you. To be quite honest, the reaction that I've seen for the most part has been very positive for men saying, using the hashtag he for she, we are part of the solution, we are allies, and we need you guys to be part of the solution. And for the most part, you are. That's why we are where we are in 2019. It's the people speaking out, somehow making it men against women when... Look at the Me Too movement. Look at Time's
I think there's always going to be pushback when you ask somebody to change their behavior, no matter what it is, even if it's so clear. Even if you say, well, what if somebody did that to your daughter? Well, then it's different. But anytime you say, hey, when people started putting seatbelts on, there was backlash. Like, people don't want to change their behavior, Eric. I don't know why.
I think that we have to really redefine what we're saying when we're saying alpha male. Because what you said, what my husband said, you guys are true alpha men. You don't have to say that you're alpha. We just know that you are. So anytime you have to assert and say you're something,
that has it on the back.
Of course you do. Then you really aren't. So I think that it's kind of, it probably feels like there's a piece of something being taken away because they have to say that they're alpha.
Interesting.
Right.
Well, continue to chime in, DBL Nation. We want to hear from you. We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at this moment.
Sam just announced Alicia Keys is hosting the Grammy Awards, and this is the first thing she did. She called her mama and then told her family. Watch.
I know it's been top secret, but I am hosting the Grammys. I'm going to host the Grammys.
Well, at least one of them was excited about the news. The Grammys air on CBS February 10th.
Wow, congratulations to Alicia Keys. I think she's perfect.
Good
coming
choice.
up, I know, coming up on DBL, the heartfelt reunion between Captain Sully and the passengers he saved on the Hudson River. Can you believe it's been 10 years? And coming up, we go one-on-one with Joey Fatone and get the scoop on his exciting new TV show. Find out what's keeping the former boy band star busy. Next.
Hey guys, so we are going to now play the full Gillette ad here in the digital break. So take a look and, of course, share your DBL take.
Can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy? What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says it's
And there will be no going back. Because we believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool. Not cool.
Some already are. In ways big
Yo, men.
and small.
I am strong.
I am strong.
But some is not enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay? Okay.
Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. We all know Joey Fatone from NSYNC, but now the former boy band member has a new gig as a game show host. Earlier, I had the chance to talk with him about the fun concept behind his new show, Common Knowledge. Check out our interview in today's Chatting with the Stars. Joey Fatone, thank you so much for joining us here on Daily Blast Live. Now, Joey, you're hosting a new game show called Common Knowledge, where you ask contestants everyday practical questions. Tell us a little bit more about how that works.
Yeah, it's great. It's 2 teams of 3. They compete for a chance to win $10,000. There's 4 rounds, and basically we test them on their common knowledge skills, everyday questions, everyday things that everyone should know.
Let's switch positions here. I'm going to play game host and ask you a common knowledge question, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's see if you get this right. Where's the smallest bone in your body? Your ear, your foot, or your nose?
I would say your foot.
It's ear, Joey. It's ear.
I thought your ear is more of cartilage. Where's the bone in your ear?
I don't know. My producers gave me the questions. There's 3 bones in there. I didn't know the answer.
See, you got to prove it out. That's what we do on the show, though. On Common Knowledge, we tell you, and then we tell you why.
I want to let you know I'm good buddies with your friend and former NSYNC member, Lance Bass, and I was texting with him over the weekend, and I was talking to him about you, and he wanted me to ask you, why are you always living in his shadow?
I'm moving in my shadow. Let me flip that for you for a second.
All right.
Did Lance ever do food or any cooking show? No, I did it before him, and he did that cooking show. What else you want to do? I did Broadway before him. He did Hairspray after that. We want to keep going. Who's following who?
Speaking of NSYNC, I was in LA last year when you guys got your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It was an honor for me to cover for Daily Blast Live. What did that moment mean for you?
It was amazing. It was one of those surreal moments, those outer surreal moments where my kids were there, and just the whole thing in general was just kind of like, whoa, what is going on? Because it was almost like as if NSYNC have passed away and we came back to life. Because we haven't performed, we haven't done anything, and to go out there and see the amount of people that were out there and the love and support that they have given us over the years is absolutely amazing.
I want to ask you quickly about The Masked Singer. Have you heard that someone thinks that you're the rabbit on that show?
My Twitter was going crazy. I saw it like 2 or 3 days ago. And they're like, are you the bunny? Are you the monster? Who are you? And I'm like, who am I what? I said, obviously, I'm promoting Common Knowledge. I haven't done anything with that show. I don't know that show. I watched bits and pieces of it. I thought it was funny. And I kept saying, I said, gosh, I'd love to be a judge. And that would be freaking fun to find out who these people are.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Joey, thank you so much for taking the time, man. And good luck on your new show, Common Knowledge. Everyone from here at Daily Blast Live is wishing you luck. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good one, Jeff.
Have a good one, man.
Look at you. Wow.
One NSYNC member at a time. Yeah, I had a chance to meet Joey on a couple occasions, but obviously, it's a satellite interview, so I'm not going to be like, hey, remember me in that obscured place we met that one time? So, but yeah, I met him. He's a super nice guy, just what you expect on camera, the way he is. Everyone loves him, the way he is off camera. So great guy. Congratulations. He's got his restaurant going on now.
Wow.
Now he's a new game show host.
Good for him.
Those boy band members.
I was going to say, what a successful group of
Yep.
human beings that came together at that young age and have sustained it.
And he's a good actor, too.
Yeah, he does Broadway.
Yes, I know. And My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Yep.
He was so good in it. Love him, too, Jeff. You're not the only one. Coming up on DBL Hour, Brandon London and Bo Davidson go behind the scenes at A Bronx Tale, a Broadway musical all about the mob and killer dance moves. And Mike, the situation, Sorrentino reports for prison. We'll tell you what he wants you to send him. Coming up.
Hey guys, it's Sadie Zimbrook here from the Daily Blast Live digital team. Our job is to give you the top trending stories that's happening right now. To start off, mine speaks on Terry Crews. Now, you guys might know him from White Chicks, probably one of my favorite movies of all time. And he recently had a sexual assault situation happen that he has been extremely vocal about. He went on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen not too long ago. Actually, I think it was yesterday. And he spoke on basically saying where he got the most support from as far as with that whole situation, who backed him up. Now, we thought that a lot of black men would have his back, like, yeah, bro, we've been there, we've had these situations happen. But come to find out, he had more support from black women than any other nationality having his back. He said that mostly black men came at him and kind of like, oh, you should have punched him in the face, you should have done all these different kind of things, you're weak and, you know, kind of not as strong as we thought you were because of it. But I thought it was different because it just goes to show that, you know, how people think in society, how that actually works out. It was definitely something that caught my attention right now, and it's trending right now. If you want to check out that story, it's on essence.com, and that's mine.
You know, I'm really proud of him for opening up like that. That probably wasn't easy, especially being a male. We hear all about these, you know, the Me Too movement with women, but it happens to men too. So good job, Terry. We love you.
I love you, Terry.
Mine's also kind of on the same beat. Sadly, more news out of the R. Kelly situation.
Gosh, it's just not going to end.
It's never ending.
At all. Goodness.
Another artist or group, actually, the Pussycat Dolls, have decided to end their streaming of their song that they collaborated on, Out This Club.
Wow.
Yes. It wasn't the best track anyway.
I don't even remember that track, to be honest with you.
So R. Kelly produced it.
Okay.
But the Pussycat Group's Interscope Records, they said, nope, this is coming down. We're getting this off of streaming platforms. So good for them. I think that's the right move. We've seen Celine Dion do this, Lady Gaga do this, a lot of other artists, but there are...
Chance the Rapper do this.
But there are a lot more out there that still haven't.
Right.
So I'm wondering what's going through their mind. Like, I don't know. Like,
and I wonder too, is it like a slow process where people are like, let me see how many more people actually make this reaction to it and see where it goes from there? Or
it's also probably got a lot of hoops to go through with, say, Interscope Records or whoever.
Sony, all of the different ones.
Yeah, but I mean, I think good for Pussycat Dolls. I really did love the Pussycat Dolls.
Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna lie, they were up there on my charts for sure.
But so good for them. DBL Nation, what do you think about all of this? Let us know in the comments.
We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we got, Erica?
A lot to say about Gillette.
Oh, yeah.
Christy Betty Kirk says, or Beatty Kirk, how about an ad about toxic feminists? Will Gillette do one of those? Beth Hayes, watching on King 5 in Seattle, also says bullying is not confined to one gender. Bullying is toxic, not the gender per se. Karen Jess on YouTube says, how is being disrespectful considered the only true masculinity? Men are wrong if they think that is what makes them a real man.
I don't see how you get that from watching what I watch. It's just, it's so
lens
weird.
You have. Me too.
Yeah, how people, you watch the exact same thing and have such a wide array of different opinions on it.
Because
I see positivity in it.
I also don't like the tit for tat.
Right, and you're coming at it from your experience, so you don't have those experiences, so you're not offended.
Right.
If you're seeing your behavior reflected back on you, you're offended because you feel like it's a personal attack.
That's a good point.
You can't compare
women's.
You just can't. Like, you haven't been catcalled your whole life. You haven't been a victim of misogyny. I mean, you may have been a victim of sexual assault and rape and misconduct, but it's disproportionate to women. So let's call it what it is. Here's what's coming up next.
Steven Spielberg's remake of West Side Story casts its leading lady. Meet the girl who beat out 30,000 others for the role of a lifetime. Plus, the miracle on the Hudson, 10 years later. Captain Sully and the passengers he saved. Their emotional reunion. And behind the scenes at the Bronx Tale musical. Do Bo and Brandon have what it takes to make it on Broadway? Find out when DBL returns.
That's his boy.
No. And then we'll talk about Hugh Grant's script being stolen. And you guys can talk about, if anything, you ever leave your car out at night and there's weird stuff in there.
Cool. That's a good one.
Yeah.
You guys up for chatting some more?
Sure.
Okay.
We could finish that conversation
Yeah,
about
please.
Gillette. Well, you were on it. You were saying something. That
Oh, I just don't like the tit for tat. Like, okay,
I definitely
how would
don't.
you feel if it was about women? Or you gotta give credit where credit's due. Like at this point with the Me Too movement and Time's Up, we are addressing the toxic misogyny in our country that's been rampant and excused for decades. And finally, we're saying, hey, let's all rise up together. Let's all be better. Let's all be part of the solution. I don't understand why people have to be so personally attacked by
Well,
that.
I think it's brave, first of all, by Gillette, and second, all we do is hear about Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, everything bad about men. Not all men are like that. You know what I mean? So this ad shows that you could grow and learn from your mistakes or whatever you've done in your past to be a better person.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable. What do you have to hide? Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. We are live and we are talking about what you're talking about. So let's get started. Would you stay with a cheater? A clip from the Kardashian sisters on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen has us talking about it. You may remember Khloe Kardashian decided to stay with her baby daddy, Tristan Thompson, after he cheated. Now her sisters are opening up about that decision. Watch.
If you were Khloe, would you have stayed with Tristan?
I think I would. It's so much harder to stay and have the whole public think that you're an idiot for staying.
Like to have the strength to really not give a No, it's so
Everyone
true.
thinks you're such an idiot.
But it's a good conversation. I think everyone has this conversation with their friends. Would you stay with a cheater? Is it a case-by-case basis? Do you have a rule?
Yeah, I think everybody's got deal breakers, and I mean, everything, like you said, is case by case, and there are circumstances. Like, I mean, there are circumstances that can lead to me possibly thinking maybe I'll give this person a second chance. And I think going into anything with just a hard and set fast rule, you might make a decision you regret later.
Yeah, I think it's a case-by-case situation. You know what I mean? What was leading up to that? Do you have kids involved? Don't you have kids involved? I think it's a personal situation. Me, personally, it'd be tough for me to move on because it'd be tough for me to move past that. But like I said, I have 2 kids. Who knows what I would do?
Erica?
I think if you would have asked me that 10 years ago, I would have said, absolutely not. You need to leave. Once a cheater, always a cheater. And I haven't experienced this personally. I just have evolved in my thinking because I've seen this happen so many times. People, I would say that you could stay because I've seen people work it out and I've seen them come out stronger because of it. And you don't know what the nature of their relationship is. And I always say stay out of other people's bedrooms because you just simply don't know.
That's a good point. And you know, many therapists will say, and luckily I've never had to experience this in any of my relationships. I've been very fortunate with that. But piggybacking on what you said, Erica, many therapists would say that the cheating was a symptom of something that was wildly wrong with that relationship. So if you can fix everything, you got to remove the cheating aside because it was already broken before that.
Yeah.
Or it'll help you face that you're not supposed to be with that person. So maybe you can see it as a positive as well.
I think the only bad thing is like when people do stay, but they don't work it out. So they end up just kind of staying stuck in that moment of time for the next 10 years.
Right, and everything that you do is like, well, you cheated on me. You know, because I've been on both ends of that. I've definitely cheated and I've been cheated on.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, and you can't get past that point. You know what I mean? Luckily, I'm in a great spot right now. For the record, my wife isn't going anywhere, neither am I. So I just want to put it out there in case people are speculating.
Sliding in Jordan's DMs, like, oh, we're good.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Get ready to see a new face in Hollywood. There she is. This is 17-year-old Rachel Zegler. She was cast as Maria in Steven Spielberg's remake of West Side Story. The late Natalie Wood played the role in the original film you remember from 1961. Rachel will star alongside Ansel Elgort, who plays Tony. She says she's honored to play Maria and says, quote, West Side Story was the first musical I encountered with a Latina lead character. As a Colombian American, I'm humbled by the opportunity to play a role that means so much to the Hispanic community. And you want a little sneak peek at what she might sound like in West Side Story? Check out this video we found of her singing on her YouTube channel. I mean, she's fantastic. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's because she has a social media presence. I did some digging. Steven Spielberg auditioned 30,000 actors. 30,000 actors for the role of Maria alone. So she clearly was the best person for the part. She also has played Maria before.
But honestly, is Steven Spielberg qualified for this?
Well, I can think of somebody else who, under Steven Spielberg, found their big break. Oprah with The Color Purple.
Wow, that's right.
I mean, you can't. You have to remember that story. When your Color Purple comes around, it's your moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta get an opinion from Raquel Villanueva. Raquel, as a Latina, as somebody that I remember when we first covered this story. I mean, you're someone that can dance, that can sing. What do you think about this casting choice?
I think it's fantastic. I obviously cannot sing that well, so kudos to her for getting the part. But it kind of goes to show that it took an unknown person to get there, because there are so limited roles for Latino women that you had to find someone kind of outside the box. And I'm glad she had a YouTube channel that shows everyone, like, show your talent. Even though no one believes in you yet, someone will find you, and I'm really proud of her.
Yes, girl.
Thank you, Raquel. I know, keeping it real.
Singing in the bathroom to singing on Broadway, huh?
I know. Yeah, good for her. Well, it's I believe it's going to be a movie.
As soon as I said Broadway, I was like,
damn it. I was going to let it go. I was going to go.
Thank you. I saw you guys both pause. I was like,
I was going to let it go.
It could spin off to Broadway.
Yes. Can you believe it's been 10 years since the terrifying plane crash on the Hudson River? Captain Chesley Sullenberger, a.k.a. Sully, is credited with saving all 153 passengers on board. The landing was called the Miracle on the Hudson. Now the survivors are back together, talking about how grateful they are to be alive.
That's how I knew we were alive, because that water, I could feel it coming up my legs very quickly, and it was so cold I couldn't believe it.
I've been given a gift. So every day, to me, it's making a significant positive influence on someone's life.
Being the stewards of this story and a part of this living history, I think is what gives us a purpose too.
I mean,
it's an amazing story. The movie is outstanding if you haven't seen
Played
it.
by Tom Hanks.
Yes, definitely check that out. My question is, though, like, I would like to interview them and be like, have you gotten on a plane since then? Because I don't know if I could get back on an airplane after something that traumatic happened to me.
Or if it changed your way of thinking, period.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. I just, you know, I was living in New York at that time, and U.S. Airways, because I used to work for Carnival, that was the airline that I got flown on.
Wow.
So I was platinum with U.S. Airways, so I flew with U.S. Airways all the time. Sometimes I'd be on a U.S. Airways flight 4 to 6 times a week. So, like, just flying over the Hudson, that was like how I knew I would be home, and I could time how quickly I could get back to my apartment. So just like where that plane ended up, it's just like so many times.
Ooh, you gave me chills.
I've taken that route on that plane. It's just, what he did. I mean, we could be very well be celebrating, not celebrating, but remembering the lives lost of 136 people very easily. But what an incredible guy.
And the calm in his in confidence in his direction, in his choices, on keeping the people aboard feeling safe, so to speak.
I mean, know your airlines, know your pilots. My girlfriend Tanya survived a plane crash and has gone on, when she was in the military, has gone on to fly for a very well-known airline, thank you, for tens of 20s of years. What is happening now?
I don't know.
But when we went into Flight Simulator, how calm, because they practice every single thing possible. So know your airlines, know your pilots.
I like when when they get on sometimes and they're like, oh, this is Captain Johnson. He's been flying with the U.S. Air Force for 50 years. I'm like, yes. I feel way better.
You feel privileged too, right?
No, I just feel safer.
All right, let's get to this next story. Mike, the Situation Sorrentino, is headed to prison. He is set to serve 8 months behind bars for tax evasion. On his way to the big house, he went live on Instagram. Take a look.
Comeback is always greater than the setback.
Do you want to say anything else about you love Brooke?
And looks like coffee was his last meal. And if you want to keep in touch with the Jersey Shore star, don't worry. He posted his address on Twitter to send him letters. I bet he's going to get a lot of fan mail. A lot of people love him, and a lot of people, I think you can speak to this, because if you're not familiar with Situation, or if you're only rather familiar with him from Jersey Shore, you see him as this like bro, and you may not have a lot of respect for him. But talk about the person he's become in the last few years.
Right. So I met him a couple of years ago on a show called Marriage Boot Camp, and this was after his Situation days. He was a completely different person. He was drug-free, alcohol-free when I met him, and just a great guy, a really nice. We talked every single night. I couldn't believe, like, I'm like, this is the Situation that's on TV. He told me all about his experiences. We were in the house for 2 weeks, night and day together, and he's gonna do his time and come out a better person. You know, I know he's joking around in that video on the way there, but I'm sure he's a little nervous about going to prison. And but he's got to do his time. He's going to do it like a man, and he's going to come out a better person he already is. So I have no problem. I have no doubt he's just going to keep climbing his way to the top.
And I think people should write him, because I think a lot of people see him as an inspiration when it comes to sobriety and repentance. So good on him.
Absolutely.
A new Hulu documentary is shedding light on a luxury music festival that turned into a disaster. You guys remember this. Stephanie Jones has a look coming in hot.
That's right, an island getaway experience turned into a total disaster zone. The Fire Festival promised A-listers world-class cuisine and luxury accommodations, but the experience turned into chaos, with festival goers stranded on the island with no food, water or electricity. There's a new documentary called Fire Fraud, and it highlights what went wrong at the festival, and here's your first look.
Nightmare in Paradise. There was no music.
They were put into disaster relief tents.
People started to have breakdowns. People started to have panic attacks. No idea what they were doing.
It was also a health concern that there were people literally trapped on an island.
It was a show. Just chaos and anarchy.
Check out Fire Fraud, streaming on Hulu right now. And DBL Nation, what would you do if you paid thousands of pounds to get stuck on an island?
Oh, Stephanie, I remember this story. I remember being people really caught up in it, because they would spend like upwards of $10,000 to go to this all. It was like literally, when you think of Coachella, it was Coachella to the max.
Right.
So it was supposed to be chefs and great accommodations and the best artists and the best celebrities, and it was all a sham.
Who were the people responsible for that?
Well, there's definitely layers. When you watch the documentary, I'm sure you're going to hear from the promoters who said, but we did book this person, but it just wasn't well planned. But they did hire specific influencers, like a Kylie Jenner and her sister Kendall Jenner, to act like that they were going to be there, but then they weren't really going to be there. So they would send out videos being like, can't wait for Fry Festival, and then they never actually were contracted to go.
I want to check that out.
Yeah, it was bad. It was definitely bad, and yeah, terrible. I can't wait to see it.
Was
Coming
it bad?
Up, bad. Coming up on DBL, a famous movie icon's hair is going on the auction block, and you won't believe how some people are, or how much some people are willing to pay. But first, there they are, our own Bo Davidson and Brandon London. Check out one of the hottest Broadway tours around, A Bronx Tale. Find out if they have what it takes to make it on stage. That's coming up next.
Team. I'm here at the Fire Festival. Courtney's going to kind of talk about it, because she watched the documentary. So she's right there, John. Take it away.
So wait, Courtney, was it a total sham? Because what about bands like Blink-182?
The guy was just delusional, and he thought that it all. Yeah, the guy that organized it was just like, he didn't consider it a scam. He just got in over his head. He planned it 6 months out, where everyone's like, you need at least 18 months to pull something off like this.
He
just
so
went
many
island
tickets sold.
Right, and that's what he was trying to pay for it, and he was just like doing other schemes to get more money. What is interesting though is the Hulu documentary dropped just a few days before the Netflix special, because the Netflix special is actually produced by the people who did all the marketing for
On
Fire
two?
Festival.
Wow. Now, Fire, the people that bought tickets to go to Fire, not only were they supposed to be hanging with celebs and listening to cool bands, but they were supposed to have like access to private chefs, but weren't they all given these like box lunches of like ham sandwiches?
Because the caterer pulled out just like a week before. And so they were just given like white bread and just
did this promoter have the opportunity to say, hey, nobody show up, it's not going to happen?
Oh yeah,
we'll do it in a
there were
year.
People that were like, cancel it, cancel it, cancel it. He's like,
a
we'll
lot of them
figure
are
it
already
out.
there. Where's the person who put it together now?
He's in jail now.
What?
That makes sense.
So, it's an interesting watch.
How did he get celebrities to endorse it?
He did.
And he paid them?
And all these acts were planning on being there, but they never got the money. So they didn't. So they pulled out. Like Blink-182 is like, we didn't get paid. We're not coming.
Wow.
So they're just
What were some of the? Would they show like some of the big celebrity names that went there and got scammed?
No, no one went. No one went.
No celebrities, but people went to the.
Oh yeah, the people went, and they're just sitting there. Nothing.
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. It's a story of a young man who is caught between the father he loves and the mob boss he'd love to be. We're talking about A Bronx Tale. The movie starring Robert De Niro debuted in theaters in 1993 and since then has turned into a hit Broadway musical. Bo Davidson and Brandon London checked it out. Hey.
Hey, what's going on, Jeff? And you're absolutely right. The show left its New York stage for a national tour.
And recently, Brandon and I went to the Denver Center for the Performing Arts to go behind the scenes and learn what it takes to train for these intense dance numbers. Put on your dancing shoes, people, and check out A Bronx Tale.
You can do it. Oh, bravo, bravo. How you doing? Hi. Brandon London, welcome to Denver.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Hey, Leanna, nice to meet you.
How you getting acclimated to this Denver altitude?
Ooh, we're working on it. It's real. It's real.
I'm so fascinated about what you all do. And Bo is a trained musician. I am a trained athlete. So we want to know about the training.
We were in rehearsals for about 2 months before we go on tour, and then we do a period of 10 days where we're in the theater for 12 hours.
Denver is one of the harder ones you've had to do because of the altitude, for sure.
Absolutely.
Very dance-intensive show, obviously, yeah? So what are we going to be learning today? What are you going to teach us?
We're going to learn a little bit of the finale.
Well, we both love a challenge. I'm known to cut a rug a little bit, so do you have any pointers for Bo?
Oh, for me. For me.
Stay with us.
Stay with us.
So, all right, well, let's give it a shot. You want to?
Let's do it.
If you leave your toes up.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. False start. Bring it back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mind me step. Ho. Turn it. Ho. 1. Ball change.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at that.
Great coach.
Awesome. How we do? Any pointers?
Honestly, that was really, really great. Very great technically. You're really good on the turning, really sharp. You had a lot of attitude on this section. I could tell that was your favorite part.
So what'd you think? You guys got an opening for Italian guy number 4 and Italian guy number 5?
I think we might.
We'll call you, though.
We can call you, right? Well, see, we get off at like 3, so we've got, the call time's what, 6? We can be there. Sure?
We'll call you people. I promise.
You want my Instagram or anything?
Haley?
We'll call you. Yep.
To see if A Bronx Tale is traveling to your city, check out the link we've posted on our Daily Blast Live Facebook page.
That's right. Back to you guys.
So I got to ask, because you guys learned that very quickly, do you remember the dance moves? If you could do it right now, do it.
I think we can do one little spot.
Joey.
Ready? A 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2.
Woo! Yeah! They remembered.
That was pretty good.
And we saw it. It was incredible.
Yes. Brandon, just so you know, there's a spot for you already on Webster Avenue.
Take this sunshine, Erica. I'm sorry. I'm dancing, baby.
All right, good job, boys. Woo! We are live, Raquel Villanueva, with news at the moment.
That's right, no dance moves for me over here, but we just learned Rihanna is suing her own father. He's allegedly using her name and Fenty makeup line name to run his own business. Court documents reportedly show her dad, Ronald Fenty, started a talent development company called Fenty Entertainment. She believes he is using the same name to make a profit off her success and book shows on her behalf without any of her consent. Rihanna claims she sent several cease and desist letters, but he hasn't stopped. She wants an injunction placed on her dad's business and money in damages.
Erica's shaking her head. I know we got to go, but
money is the root of all evil. You will sell out your own daughter. That is some low stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Low.
Wow.
Can't choose your parents.
No. Sorry, Rihanna. Coming up on DBL, the outrageous price people are willing to pay for a Hollywood legend's lock of hair. And next in Heartthread's heroism beyond compare, meet a bus driver who stepped up and saved a kid's life when minutes mattered.
It's Lex and Peter, and we are here with DBL Digital Team. Give you guys more top
trending
stories during the breaks here at Daily Blast Live. I have not had enough coffee yet, I guess. So have a cool story. I know, and I didn't have any this morning.
Okay.
I had tea instead. So we have a cool story for you guys right now. It's coming from The Verge.
Yep, Verge.com.
And it's saying that Apple is replacing more batteries after an agreement. You might be able to explain this a little better than me.
Yeah, so a while back, Apple got hit with a throttling scandal. What that basically means is they updated their ISO in their phones, and what that did was it slowed down your phone, and it made people think like, oh man, my battery's dying, I need to go replace it. So it was their way of thinking like, oh, we'll get people to buy more batteries, and the only way for the ISO to like stop making your phone slow was for you to buy the battery. So this was found out, so they offered the batteries for a very low $26 to be replaced on all their phones, and they estimated they were probably only going to lose out on like $2 million? $2 million. But what ended up happening was everybody did it, and they've lost out on $11 million so far
money
going into the revenue for next year. Which rightfully so, man. I mean, you should not try to hack people's phones for them to buy more equipment. That's pretty much typical Apple.
Yeah, you have to wonder whether or not like these Apple users would switch to Android and whether they'd be losing the money anyway. But DBL Nation, let us know, Apple or Android. Bye.
Welcome back to DBL. Today's Heartthreads is all about being a hero. Watch how a bus driver went above and beyond to keep a little boy safe.
This bus driver rescued a child she saw wandering alone on a busy street. Irina Ivich was driving a public bus in Milwaukee when she spotted the child. Wearing only a diaper and onesie in freezing temperatures, the boy toddled down the sidewalk. Irina stopped her bus, ran across the street, and carried him inside. Passengers on the bus couldn't believe it.
Oh my God! Oh my God! No. I'm shaking. Oh, I am too.
One even offered her coat to keep the boy warm. By the time police officers arrived, he had fallen asleep in Irina's arms. Irina was just grateful she was able to keep him safe. The boy was eventually reunited with his father.
Irina Ivich, you are a hero. Up next on DBL, would you pay more than $16,000 for a movie legend's lock of hair? The story right after this.
so I'm going to do a little promoting right here. So, I don't know, I'm involved with, you know my buddy Alex Boylan did Around the World for Free for? He's got a new company called Dream Jobbing, and if you go to dreamjobbing.com, he does this thing where it's called 5 Questions With, and today I'm one of the features for the 5 Questions With. He does all people in the business, so it's a little behind the scenes thing. So if you go on there, go to their Instagram link or their website, and the video's on there. The link is in their Instagram thing. So go on there and check it out. It's pretty cool. And then I just saw it now. I filmed it a couple months ago, but just to look back at some of the things that I've done, and then especially that I've done with my buddy Alex, you know, it's pretty cool to go back and look. So it's cool for me if you guys like that stuff or wanting to be a host or get involved in the business, maybe check it out. Not even just my interview, but everyone's interview, the 5 questions. I think it's a cool thing that they're doing on there.
That's a great idea. I wish stuff like that was around.
I know.
When I just like, I don't think people realize, like, I was just fishing in the dark. I was just like, yeah, I'll do that. I just kept
trial and error,
taking gigs until I got here.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's probably a way more streamlined way to get there than just like, you know.
And I kind of have that too. Like, everyone kind of has their own path, you know, that they take. But like, you know, now there's so many avenues with social media to connect with people like that. But I don't know. I guess it could be a double-edged sword, because if you're trying to connect with somebody, but they're just using me to connect, you know, it's got to be like kind of personal. You know,
it's such a great idea, though.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And he talks with everybody. He talks with like producers, directors, actors, you know, so you get all different types of the business. People who started their own business, so it's pretty cool. I mean, I like it.
Half is just knowing what other people are looking for.
Right.
When you walk in a room and like whether you have a good breakdown of that before you come in, or just simply asking like, what are you looking for, you know, from your host or from, you know, your on-air talent or off-air talent. It's like such a big deal that I never asked that.
Me neither.
I
and
just
you know,
kept going in and trying to be me every time.
Or what they put in a breakdown,
right?
You know, and then you're just trying to be that. And if you just ask like, hey, what are you guys looking for? You know, I didn't even do that. You're scared.
Right.
You just want to do your thing and get out of there.
Yeah.
So it's great.
Welcome back to DBL. You can own a part of history that some would say is a little odd. A 60-year-old clipping of Marilyn Monroe's hair is selling for more than $16,000. It comes with a framed photo of the star. Monroe's hairdresser had several of these sets made from Marilyn's mane to give away as gifts. With the steep price tag, well, there really is no business like show business. Do you guys think this is really that odd? I don't.
What? It's a little odd.
I don't think it's that odd.
It's creepy.
I mean, I wouldn't smell the hair. I think it would be cool, like enclosed and put up. No?
No. How about a picture? We've kind of all decided on that.
I mean, it's a piece of Marilyn Monroe's hair.
Yeah, it's a person.
So if Marilyn Monroe, if her hair was in your food, would you eat that food?
No, but I'm not eating this lock of hair. I'm putting it up on in my wall.
Gross.
I would say that it's weird, but I also smelled Michelle Obama's hair. So.
Yeah, I hear you.
But she's alive.
Yeah. But I did smell it.
See, you get it. Erica gets
like
it.
inspiration.
She smelled like vacation.
Yes.
Yep. What is that face?
I'm just saying, there's like, I don't know, you're into
I don't
like.
think it's that bad at all, actually. I think it's pretty cool.
How about her fingernails?
Not her fingernails, but definitely a lock of hair. I'll take it. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a great day, guys.
DBL Digital Team. It is time for Between Shows with Shuby and
Andrew Ray.
So I wanted to give Tori an update on the government shutdown. I actually have just heard that President Trump sent out invites last night to many moderate House Democrats as well as House Republicans. So he invited them to a lunch, but Democrats, they're saying right now that they didn't get any details about what the meeting was about. But I'm reading on CNN that Trump may be trying to use an old school legislative strategy where he invites moderate Republicans to try to pursue persuade them, hoping that, moderate Democrats trying to persuade them, hoping that in the end it will get him what he wants.
And that's
Have you heard of this?
Yeah, that's a very normal.
What a smart idea.
Oh, it's a very smart idea.
Okay, but none of them attended.
Well, there's the therein lies the problem. Maybe they were serving burgers. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That was pretty funny, actually.
I just took an extension out. Man, does that feel much better? I will say this. That's a totally normal thing to do. And what you want from Trump is his negotiation skills.
Yeah.
The whole art of the deal is he can work with moderate Republicans, moderate Democrats. That's what we were hoping for. So the problem is we're not seeing a compromise on both sides.
Well, Democrats are saying we didn't even know what this meeting was about. We didn't know any details. He gave us no details, so we didn't show up. And now Republicans are saying
you didn't show up.
You didn't show up.
Interesting.
And so it's kind of going back and forth now. So that's where we're at. Again, another gridlock. So we're going to keep tracking this, guys.
Just somebody sit down.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2. Welcome to DBL. It's Tuesday, January 15th. We are live, and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Tori, Jeff, Al, and I'm Sam. Let's get started. Well, a new Me Too inspired Gillette ad is sparking a lot of controversy right now. Check out this clip.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it? It's been going on far too long.
What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says it's
And there will be no going back. Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Powerful. Gillette, best known for its razors, posted the ad to social media with this tweet saying, "Boys will be boys. Isn't it time we stopped excusing bad behavior?" Well, you better believe the ad has sparked a big conversation online, both positive and negative. And now some are even calling for a boycott. One person tweets, "The Gillette ad is a reflection of where we are. It's 2019 and the message does not erode your masculinity. It actually paints you as a strong and responsible person." While another argues, men are not the problem. There are bad people in the world. Masculinity is not toxic. And finally, another tweets, "Gillette practically just castrated me. You're trying to make it illegal to be an alpha male, but I'm not going to let it happen. Me and other brave alpha male warriors will fight back and defend masculinity." Okay.
Against the razor company.
Yeah.
All right. Get out there. You know what? This is so. I've been thinking about why there's such a pushback against this. And I think if you remove the topic, which sounds like a strange thing to say to start a talk show, but just look at the word change. I think that that's what we're constantly running into. There's a certain percentage of people on the planet that don't embrace change of any sort, even if it just seems like things that we should be doing. Removing smoking ads, making people wear their seatbelts. There's still always going to be pushback because people take change and they look at it as a personal threat to themselves. I grew up like this. What's wrong with the way I grew up? Hey, back in the day, you could say, "Hey, hubba hubba," and my grandfather did that to my grandmother and she loved it. She didn't.
Yeah.
She didn't love it. And now people realize that their whole existence and what they've built their life on and their ideologies on, there's some really hurtful things in there.
But then I look at you and Jeff. I mean, first let me get your opinion, Jeff, and then...
Well, I love it. I think it's a terrific ad. It speaks directly to me. I feel like I wasn't the best man growing up, but I feel like every day from this moment on, I don't know when it changed or what changed, but I have on my goal list, I look at it every day, be better, be a better coworker, be a better parent, be a better husband. This is what that video is saying. Be better. All we do in our society right now, we see Harvey Weinstein, we see Bill Cosby, we see all these men that are terrible predators, and I agree with you, but that's not all men. All men can change. All men can be better every single day, and I think this is saluting them, and I love it.
Yeah, so you never saw it as a threat to your masculinity?
Not at all.
You saw it as highlighting being your best self.
When he's holding a little girl, saying be strong in the mirror, everything about it, breaking up a fight, you know, everything about it. They're mocking the men in the beginning. That's what they're doing. They're not applauding them when someone reaches out and touches someone. They're mocking them. And then they're showing what we should do in today's age. And that's everything that they did in that video is what I feel like I want to become or I am.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, I love that you guys are my co-hosts. I so respect that. I think this is the Nike 2.0. I think you saw a real reflection when Nike picked Colin Kaepernick and they made a stance on social commentary. I think you see Gillette doing the same thing. I think women will buy Gillette razors now, both because of that, because it really, the part that spoke to me most is the boardroom, right? Where he goes like this and he goes, what she meant to say is, and it's a moment that you might have missed, but as a woman, how many times have we been there?
I choked up. When I saw that moment, I choked up.
So it speaks to women in a very strong way. It never shows a razor, but one of our viewers pointed out, Kevin Eng, and I really want to give a shout out to him, that a razor represents a boy to a man, right? Like a father teaches a son to shave, and you become into puberty, and you think about women in different ways, and you think about bullying, and it was a lovely way for them to take responsibility and say, we can be better, and they even mocked their own 60s ad. So I thought, what a beautiful message, but Gillette is playing ball. I mean, they stepped into this, they expected the controversy, and I expect they'll do very, very well in the stocks.
Yeah, I saw them being allies. I saw them showcasing men as allies. I thought it was a beautiful message. But please, DBL Nation, we want to hear from you. We do know that you're fired up. So we are making this topic our 5th host today. Let us know what you think right now by commenting on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. Is Gillette making traditional masculinity seem toxic? Moving on, it's January 15th, and that means we are now in day 25 of the government shutdown. Let's get to Kelly Schubert with the latest.
Sam, you said it. We're now more than 3 weeks into the government shutdown, and talks in our nation's capital are still gridlocked. Right now, 43,000 members of the Coast Guard are working without pay because they won't receive their checks today. In the meantime, the blue flu we're seeing at airports across the country just continues to get worse, with so many TSA workers calling in sick because they're working without pay. TSA reports sick calls are up 137% from this time last year. We've just learned President Trump invited a group of lawmakers from both parties to the White House today, but CNN reports many House Democrats did not attend because they say they were given no information on what the meeting would entail. Sam?
Wow. Thank you, Kelly. Speaking of the shutdown, a lot of the White House staff are furloughed because of it. So the president personally paid for the catering last night, and he welcomed the NCAA champions, the Clemson Tigers, to the White House with a buffet of fast food. Here's what he said about it.
We have pizzas, we have 300 hamburgers, many French fries. So I had a choice. Do we have no food for you because we have a shutdown? Or do we give you some little quick salads that the First Lady will make? We bought 1,000 Burger King, all-American companies. Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's. We have Big Macs, we have Quarter Pounders with cheese, we have everything that I like, that you like. And I know no matter what we did, there's nothing you can have that's better than that, right?
Well, you better believe the internet had a field day with this story as well. And this meme is on fire with the president as the Hamburglar, saying, quote, "Tell him I paid for everything." But this got us asking, what would you expect to eat if you were invited to the White House? Would you expect to have cold burgers?
No, I don't.
That was my first thought. It's like, you got to eat McDonald's in the car.
Yeah.
If it gets like 2 minutes cold, it's inedible.
Yeah, the French fries at least.
Yeah.
You can't eat those. I would want a Portillo's beef sandwich, Italian beef sandwich with some giardiniera.
So you'd be happy with that?
I would be happy with that.
Tori, you've been to the White House.
Yeah, and I just have to, I know I'm being sort of snobby about this and old-fashioned, but there's a point of 1600 Pennsylvania that is about the formality of the china, and it's sort of lame to show up and on the gravy boats of silver are McDonald's chicken McNuggets, and some guy has to light a candelabra that probably belonged to Mrs. Madison. I mean, it's a little embarrassing. I know you're all going to say it's all Trump, so you hate it. I just would have wanted not cold burgers had I shown up at the White House. I would have wanted a nice meal.
And as a host, I think you need to take into consideration who your attendees are. I think it's a grave misconception that every single athlete is a meat eater. A number of those athletes, according to their trainer, are meatless. Well, so what were they supposed to do? Twiddle their thumbs and eat their fingernails?
I don't know. I don't know that. I was hoping she would stop, and then she just said,
I don't know why I said that.
Wow, no. I mean,
it got far.
I mean, the Clemson Tigers went out and beat one of the best college football teams in the history of college football, and they get some burgers.
Yeah, cold burgers.
How about get a caterer? Let's get
from
crazy
Trump
here.
From Hotel. Why not that?
Well, look. I understand that he was maybe trying to do this tongue in cheek or be funny, but I thought the visual looked super cheesy and just like something that like
no pun intended.
Yeah, that Homer Simpson would do, just like have nice china and then have 10-cent nuggets on it. Like, what's the point of that?
Yeah. Okay, TBL Nation, chime in. We are live, and we will bring you breaking news as soon as it happens. Coming up, the star of Steven Spielberg's new West Side Story remake has just been announced.
Is it me?
It ain't you. Sorry. We'll show you who's playing the iconic role of Maria, plus former NSYNC band member Joey Fatone has a new gig, but it's not what you might expect, and our very own Jeff Schroeder catches up with him. And you, the viewer, you're our fifth host. We're sharing your comments on that Gillette ad that's raising a lot of eyebrows. You do not want to miss this conversation. It's coming up next.
Guys, what's going on? I'm going to tell you what's going on in the breaks. We have a new Vegas residency, $10 million. I'll give you a poem if you can guess who it is. Bieber's ex returns to social media. Is that Selena Gomez? Who is it? And finally, bragging about your stuff doesn't help with this. So we're going to learn why bragging isn't actually very helpful for a certain thing.
Thank you. So how are we doing this? So we go out.
You do one. You read the first one.
Okay, and then we go like this. Welcome back to DBL. And today's fifth host, we want to hear from you about the new Gillette ad that has all of us talking. The ad speaks to the Me Too movement and challenges men to overcome toxic masculinity. We talked about it before the break, and a lot of you are reacting. So some of you applaud the ad, while others feel like it's actually a negative depiction of men. So DBL Nation, let's get to your comments. Is the ad shaming men or actually encouraging them to be their best? I'll start with the first one. Sorry, we already discussed this, and I already botched it up. Carrie from Twitter says, I love the ad, responsible men teaching responsibility.
Very cool. And Christy from Twitter says, how about an ad about toxic feminists? Will Gillette do one of those?
Sonia from Facebook says, I commend Gillette for this ad. It's time to get real, folks.
And Beth from Facebook says, bowling is not confined to one gender. Bowling is toxic and not gender specific.
And Diane from Facebook says, this commercial makes me sick. I'm a mother of 3 sons and 3 grandsons. I think it sends the wrong message in the end. I'm saying that boys need to be corrected. Otherwise, they will be bad men.
There were times in my life that I didn't need to be corrected. Yeah, very much so. Jim from Twitter says, I thought it was a great ad. Maybe I'm not alpha enough to be offended.
Or a snowflake enough to be offended.
That's right.
Isn't there some irony there?
Yeah, if you're offended by this and you're calling everyone else a snowflake, get over it. I mean, honestly, are you not the snowflake in this situation?
Isn't this ad just saying don't be a bad person?
Yeah.
Be better.
Yeah, be a good
That's
dude.
like my 2019 goal. Be better. And this ad to me, that's all I see. I don't understand how people are like, I'm boycotting or I see negativity.
Some people are naturally defensive.
I don't understand. I really don't. And that's what I don't understand in the world today. I don't understand social media. I don't understand people that are so down on themselves, always pointing fingers, always passing judgment.
The victim mentality.
It doesn't.
Jeff,
I don't
just
get it.
Change.
I
It's
don't
just
understand.
People don't like it. They don't like that now you can't say, hey, looking good, sweetie. Oh, I used to say that all the time in the 90s and everybody still lived.
Or they liked it.
They liked it. And now that's all coming to a halt. And they're seeing the way that they've lived their life completely changing, whether they wanted to or not. And there's always going to be pushback. But I think, you know, eventually this will be a way of life, especially for our kids.
I think about my little Sophie. I think about Lawson being an ally for her. You talk about the He for She campaign. That's what we want.
Yes, when I see those scenes of that gentleman saying, hey, not cool, dude, not cool, my heart bursts because I'm like, how many times have you wanted some guy to just say that for you and stand up for you?
Yeah, and that's what I want my kids to learn. I want them to see things like this.
And
so
somebody, I see like a young Lawson doing that. If Sophie's like at her first gig and somebody pats her on the rear end, and we need an 18-year-old Lawson to be like, hey, that happens one more time, I mean, you and I are going to step outside.
Sophie can handle it.
Yeah, oh, her
Wait,
parents.
first gig, what are you saying? She's going to become like a child actress?
No, that's like if she's working at like a restaurant.
Oh, yeah, like a job.
Yeah, sorry to say that she was going to have a job starting off.
God forbid.
I just thought he was implying she'd be a child.
Sam's like, my child will not work.
I just don't want my child getting into the entertainment industry too soon.
What if she loves it?
I mean,
it's a
tough industry. I'd rather her not. But if she loves it, maybe when she's an adult, she can make that
maybe we'll make that our fifth host another day.
Okay. Yeah.
Sophie be in the entertainment industry.
We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at this moment.
That's right. Sam just announced Alicia Keys is hosting the Grammy Awards, and the first thing she did was call her mama and then tell her family. Watch this.
No, it's been top secret, but I am hosting the Grammys. I'm going to host the Grammys.
Well, at least one of them was excited about the news. The Grammys air on CBS February 10th.
Very cool. Congratulations. Alicia Keys coming up on DBL, the heartfelt reunion between Captain Sully and the passengers he saved. I know, Tori, on the Hudson River. Can you believe it's been 10 years? And coming up, we go one-on-one with Joey Fatone and get the scoop on his exciting new TV show. Find out what's keeping the former boy band star busy. That's coming up next.
Y'all, I feel like a raven today. Caw-caw! Just wanted to get you guys to the Gillette ad. In case you guys haven't seen it in full, we only thought it was important for you guys to see it in full, so we're not just giving you the headlines. So we are honored to show you, Leah, we have the video already? We're going to go show you the full Gillette ad so you can actually take a look at it. All right, Leo, take it away.
Is it? We can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy? What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says
And there will be no going back. Because we believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool, not cool.
Some already are. In ways big
Yo, men.
and small.
I am strong.
I am strong.
But some is not enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay? Okay.
Because
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. We all know Joey Fatone from NSYNC, but now the former boy band member has a new gig as a game show host. Earlier, I had the chance to talk with him about the fun concept behind his new show, Common Knowledge. Check out our interview in today's Chatting with the Stars. Joey Fatone, thank you so much for joining us here on Daily Blast Live. Now, Joey, you're hosting a new game show called Common Knowledge, where you ask contestants everyday practical questions. Tell us a little bit more about how that works.
Yeah, it's great. It's 2 teams of 3. They compete for a chance to win $10,000. There's 4 rounds, and basically we test them on their common knowledge skills, everyday questions, everyday things that everyone should know.
Let's switch positions here. I'm going to play game host and ask you a common knowledge question, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's see if you get this right. Where's the smallest bone in your body? Your ear, your foot, or your nose?
I would say your foot.
It's ear, Joey. It's ear.
I thought your ear was more of cartilage. Where's the bone in your ear?
I don't know. My producers gave me the questions. There's 3 bones in there. I didn't know the answer
See, you got to prove it out. That's what we do on the show, though. On Common Knowledge, we tell you, and then we tell you why.
I want to let you know I'm good buddies with your friend and former NSYNC member, Lance Bass, and I was texting with him over the weekend, and I was talking to him about you, and he wanted me to ask you, why are you always living in his shadow?
I'm moving in my shadow. Let me flip that for you for a second.
All right.
Did Lance ever do food or any cooking show? No, I did it before him, and he did that cooking show. What else you want to do? I did Broadway before him. He did Hairspray after that. We want to keep going. Who's following who?
Speaking of NSYNC, I was in LA last year when you guys got your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It was an honor for me to cover for Daily Blast Live. What did that moment mean for you?
It was amazing. It was one of those surreal moments, those outer surreal moments where my kids were there, and just the whole thing in general was just kind of like, whoa, what is going on? Because it was almost like as if NSYNC had passed away and we came back to life. Because we haven't performed, we haven't done anything, and to go out there and see the amount of people that were out there and the love and support that they have given us over the years is absolutely amazing.
I want to ask you quickly about The Masked Singer. Have you heard that someone thinks that you're the rabbit on that show?
My Twitter was going crazy. I saw it like 2 or 3 days ago. And they're like, are you the bunny? Are you the monster? Who are you? And I'm like, who am I what? I said, obviously, I'm promoting Common Knowledge. I haven't done anything with that show. I don't know that show. I watched bits and pieces of it. I thought it was funny. And I kept saying, I said, gosh, I'd love to be a judge. And that would be freaking fun to find out who these people are.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Joey, thank you so much for taking the time, man. And good luck on your new show, Common Knowledge. Everyone from here at Daily Blast Live is wishing you luck. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good one, Jeff.
Have a good one, man.
You were just befriending NSYNC one by one, plucking them away. You got Lance in your pocket. You got Joey in your pocket.
I interviewed JC a couple times.
JC's right here.
He's in my back pocket. No,
yep.
But what a great guy. What a great guy. For the record, I think the rabbit on that Masked Singer is AJ from the Backstreet Boys.
That's a good guess.
Yeah, that's not here or there. Yes. Okay. And the tattoos. But anyways, thank you so much for doing the interview, Joey Fatone. He's a great guy. I had a chance to meet him a couple times, actually. He's just as nice a guy as he is on camera as in person and vice versa, whatever that means. I'm getting this, so let's do it.
You're inching your way into NSYNC. I know what you're doing. Coming up on DBL, our Brandon London and Bo Davidson go behind the scenes at a Bronx Tale, a Broadway musical all about the mob and killer dance moves. And Mike the Situation Sorrentino reports for prison. We'll tell you what he wants you to send him. Coming up.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement against sexual harassment.
Masculinity.
Hi guys, Brookway here and Mercedes in the digital area.
Good. I was holding you to it. Holding you to it.
The fashion corner.
Stop.
I'm just kidding.
Stop.
What's up? What's going on? Should I start?
Yes.
Okay.
It's your story start time.
So this story is trending right now all over the place. If you follow her on Instagram, you might have noticed Selena Gomez has resurfaced on social media. So we know she took a long hiatus. She was actually off social media for about 4 months because she had to check herself into a clinic for her stress and anxiety.
Right.
She was really battling a lot of things and she was overwhelmed, so she went to a facility opportunity to help herself, you know, kind of
resurface and get her mind right. Yeah, I love that.
So she took about 4 months off from social media, but yesterday was the first day she posted on Instagram, and she basically said, I miss you guys, thank you for your support, and also, like, I'm doing well, don't worry about me, I can't wait for what's coming in the new year. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah, we're really proud of you, and we're glad you're doing well.
That's good.
If you want to see her full post, go to her Instagram page. Yeah.
There you go. I am very excited right now because
why?
My baby's daddy, in my mind, has now officially signed a residency deal in Vegas. So now I can stalk him not just once a year, but a whole lot of times a year.
Wow.
We're talking about Drake, you guys. It's a $10 million deal. And it's now he's going to be at the Wynn. So I've actually never stayed at the Wynn, but I plan on booking my rooms today, just so that way I can get myself mentally prepared to see him, you know, lots of times throughout the year. But it's really cool. It kind of raised a lot. I saw a lot of people on Twitter basically saying, like, I don't know if Drake really needs a residency right now. He's so high. He comes out with new music every single summer. Is it really needed for him to have this deal right now?
I mean, I think it's probably something he really wants to do. He hasn't done it before. And a lot of those artists they're not touring at the moment or working on an album. So they kind of decide, I'm going to go tour in Vegas, which, you know, maybe I can go see Lady Gaga while you see Drake.
Okay, and that could work too.
Yeah,
that could definitely work.
A whole weekend.
But it does kind of scare me because does that mean that he's going to slow down on his music? Because look at the artists who are there. Mariah Carey, J-Lo. A lot of these people don't put out a lot of music all the time. Drake is consistent as all get up when it comes to putting out music. So
maybe Drake's just ready for it all. Maybe he's going to work on his music while being in Vegas.
It'll give him some time to sit down and kind of get focused. So I'm excited.
He'll also be partying, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe just a little too much. We got to keep him grounded though, because I'm coming for him. DBL Nation though, we'd love to know your thoughts. How do you feel? Are you excited for maybe some Drake residency there? Are you a big Vegas person? And who are some other people that you might want to see out there? Let us know your thoughts, and we will talk to you guys next hour. Bye.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we got, Tori?
People are hungry for these comments. Thought that was going to work out. It didn't. Yas Machine writes, can we not call this nonsense catering? I am a caterer, and I did homeless ministry for years before that. I've put together better meals for more guests with little to no money. At least get some proteins and some sides over there. Dang. But we also hear from Naomi that says, I would probably expect being served too much of a fancy food that I won't like because chefs think everything has to be made with cheese. Give a Wendy's burger any day. So some people saying we're really over offended. It didn't, like, I'm not like crying over it. I just think it fell flat. He was trying to be the every guy and it fell flat as a PR.
Many are saying it's a PR move.
Yeah.
If you really want to do a good PR move that's a person of the people, I think it would have been great if, because the chefs are furloughed, if he would have been in the kitchen all day cooking, you know, showing his appreciation for the Clemson Tigers. But maybe I'm just not the PR person that he wants to hear from.
Probably not.
No notes from Samantha Shocker.
What would Sam do?
Copy that. But just, it's such a privilege just to be invited to the White House. You've been invited.
So exciting.
Yeah.
So exciting.
Very cool. If you're leaving us right now, you can still watch us live on Facebook and YouTube. Here's what's coming up next on Daily Blast Live.
Steven Spielberg's remake of West Side Story casts its leading lady. Meet the girl who beat out 30,000 others for the role of a lifetime. Plus, the miracle on the Hudson. 10 years later, Captain Sully and the passengers he saved. Their emotional reunion. And behind the scenes at the Bronx Tale musical. Do Bo and Brandon have what it takes to make it on Broadway? Find out when DBL returns.
We have all the best and weirdest tech from this year's Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. That's next in The Jump Off. Everyone is talking about this, the BreadBot. It's an automated bread making machine that makes and sells the bread just like a vending machine. Just admit you're like Oprah and you love bread. We may not be that far away from flying cars. At CES, one of Uber's partners unveiled its design for an air taxi. It's a hybrid electric-powered vehicle that can hold up to 5 people. But I feel like we've been hearing rumors about this for a while, so I'm not going to hold my breath. Do you need a TV that will take up your entire house? Well, Samsung has you covered. They're showing off this 146-inch TV dubbed The Wall. It's a TV made up of smaller TVs you can put together. So cool. Okay, I need this suitcase. It uses cameras to follow you around so you don't have to lug it through the airport. Unfortunately, it won't unpack for you. Yet. Now to the weird products you don't want to miss. An almost $700 pet dryer you never knew you needed. You put your small dog or cat in this thing called Pepe, and it will dry the pet in 25 minutes. If you want a pet without the mess, look no further than this suitcase. When you pet it, the ears wiggle, and when the suitcase is happy, they do a dance. But who needs this? And this thing gives your pet treats when you're gone. It has a camera so you can watch your pet and even talk to them. That's it for the Jump Off. As always, watch every week for the latest in tech, gaming, and nerd culture news. I'll see you next time.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2. Welcome to DBL. We are live and we are talking about what you're talking about. So let's get started. Would you stay with a cheater, huh? A clip from the Kardashian sisters on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen has us talking about it. You may remember Khloe Kardashian decided to stay with her baby daddy, Tristan Thompson, after he cheated. Now her sisters are opening up about that decision. Interesting.
You were Khloe, would you have stayed with Tristan?
I think I would. It's so much harder to stay and have the whole public think that you're an idiot for staying. Like to have the strength to really not give a No, it's so
Everyone thinks you're such an idiot.
So they were actually backing their sister up, saying it was probably more difficult for her to stay, considering all the criticism that social media would have hurled at her. Why would you stay with a cheater? Al, do you have any hard rules? Do you think that you should stay with a cheater? Do you take it as a case-by-case basis?
I would say the longer you live, the less hard rules that you have. I think when you haven't taken the blinders off, you're just like, this is this, and then this is this, Sam, and that's a deal breaker, and that sounds good. It makes you seem like a mafia boss, but in real life, I don't think that if you share a life with somebody for 5, 10, 15 years, and Mark does something, he steps out, you step out, I don't think that that means that he never loved you, that you never loved him. I think that that just means that there was an incident that happened that's probably a symptom of something that's been lingering for a long time. And either you work it out or you don't. But just having a hard rule, what does that mean? Yeah, so you just kick Mark out and then just what? Now nothing?
Yeah. Yeah, and luckily I've never had to go through this in any of my past relationships. So I do have empathy for those that are faced with this hard decision, especially when kids are involved. So I tend to, because I haven't gone through it, I tend to not only lead with empathy, but I would say take it by a case-by-case basis.
That's what I would say, too. I mean, I'm not going to tell Khloe what to do or anyone else what to do. I could only speak on what I would do. And I think trust in our relationship and our marriage is at the top, you know? So if that was broken, it would be a heartbreaker for us. But we do have 2 children, so I can't say what to do or what not to do. In my past, I've cheated, and I've been the cheater. So I've been cheated on. I've been both, whatever
cheater
it is.
and the cheating.
Yeah, and I have. And you know what? The relationship didn't work because the trust was gone. Trust is a big thing for me and, you know, where I'm at in my life right now. So me and my wife are good. We trust each other, and, you know, I hope we never have to deal with this.
Yeah. Tori, is this a deal breaker? You know, I found out I was cheated on for a long, long time afterwards, and I realized, well, would I have left had I known? And I think it really is case-by-case basis again. But isn't it interesting that we're always like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, the reality show? This was a moment where I think it got a little too real. Does that make sense? Like, there was a meta self-referential part of this that was like, I don't want to be with him, but now this public thinks I want to be with. Like, she had 18 million people trying to tell her what to do about this. At some point, it was just too personal, and you have to let her do what she needs to do. I think we could all say something, but at some point, this got real for reality.
And I think even a more real moment that was also brought to us, and I can't believe I'm talking about Khloe Kardashian.
Proud of you, Al.
Thank you. Is with the Lamar Odom situation, where
drug addiction.
drug addiction. You know, passed out, had a heart incident at the Bunny Ranch while actively stepping out on her, and she stayed by his bedside when it looked like he was not going to make it. So it's so interesting how judgmental they can be when I feel like she showed, not only did she #adult, but just stepped up and was like, that's the most loving gesture ever. It's like
very loyal.
When everybody else is gone, now that you don't play basketball anymore, she's sitting right next to him. So I don't know, everybody hates on the Kardashians, but how many people in your phone do you know that would step up and do something like that for somebody after they had been wronged like that?
Yeah, wow. Well, chime in, DBL Nation. We want to hear from you as well. All right, get ready to see a new face in Hollywood. There she is. This is 17-year-old Rachel Zegler. She's about to be a huge star. The high school student was cast as Maria in Steven Spielberg's remake of West Side Story. The late Natalie Wood, you remember, played the role in the original film from 1961. Rachel will star alongside Ansel Elgort, I love him, who plays Tony. She says she's honored to play Maria and says, quote, West Side Story was the first musical I encountered with a Latina lead character. As a Colombian American, I'm humbled by the opportunity to play a role that means so much to the Hispanic community. And if you want a little sneak peek at what she might sound like in West Side Story, check out this video we found of her singing on her YouTube channel. Chilling. And I know a lot of people are saying, who is she? Did she really deserve the role? I know she has a social media presence. Is it because of that? Okay, Steven Spielberg looked at 30,000 actors for this role across the world and felt that she was best fit for this part. So
casted a wide net, though.
30,000. I mean,
cut that down a little bit.
I think Spielberg has a track record with this. We've seen him pick people like Oprah, who was a nobody for The Color Purple, and just said, I think this is a star. When Steven Spielberg also picks someone like this, there's a narrative, there's a storyline. She's in her bathroom singing, where we've all done that. Every girl wants this. So I so want to see this movie. I want to see her blossom. I think it's a great idea.
And love the representation aspect of it compared to the previous film. So speaking of which, I would love to hear from Raquel. Raquel, as a Latina, and when we first covered this, I don't know how many months ago, you had something to say about that.
I did, and I just want to, do a little clap for them for doing the right thing. Congratulations to Steven Spielberg. Congratulations, Rachel, for making this happen. So Rita Moreno, one of the original leads, was telling a story once that they would paint people brown in the original film.
There you go.
And now there's actual representation, and that is a fantastic thing to happen. Not only is there representation, they're working with advocacy groups this time to make sure Latinos are represented correctly, which is another important issue. And if this is about a story about love conquering prejudice and intolerance, to have the diversity there to start with is a great start. So congratulations to everyone.
Well said, Raquel. Well said. I didn't even know that, painting the actors brown. Wow. I mean, we know the historical context of Hollywood doing that, but to know that this is going to be completely different, given it's 2019, it's refreshing.
We're moving forward. I think that you forget. Like, I remember being a young guy watching cartoons and seeing things that were even though I was 4 or 5, I was like, that's inappropriate. And we're evolving. It's taken a while, but what will our kids see if we're already doing this? So
kudos to Steven Spielberg. Can't wait to see this girl's star rise. Can you believe it's been 10 years since the terrifying plane crash on the Hudson River? Captain Chesley Sullenberger, aka Sully, is credited with saving all 153 passengers on board. The landing was called the Miracle on Hudson. Now the survivors are back together, talking about how grateful they are to be alive.
that's how I knew we were alive, because that water, I could feel it coming up my legs very quickly, and it was so cold I couldn't believe it.
I've been given a gift. So every day, to me, it's making a significant positive influence on someone's life.
Being the stewards of this story and a part of this living history, I think is what gives us a purpose too.
I just want to also, I got really deep into this aeronautical moment in time, and I just want to let you guys know it was a bird strike in which some geese hit the propellers or the rotors, and it almost knocked him down. And Sully couldn't have been a better pilot at that moment. He had studied bird strikes, he knew what to do in an emergency, and he calmly said, "I'm landing in the Hudson," and everyone said, "Excuse me?" And he said, "I'm landing in the Hudson." I also want to give a shout out to the flight crew, because they didn't open the back doors, and a lot of people said that would have flooded the aircraft immediately. Wow. So knowing that the flight crew was on board, everyone remained calm. If you go and listen to the audio, which if you feel comfortable, notice how very calm he is.
There's no hysteria.
And they said, "Excuse me," you hear them get excited. He said, "Again, I'm landing in the water." And I'm taking the lead, and you needed that. He saved all those lives. It gives me chills to think about. It was the right pilot at the right time.
There's also a fantastic movie called Sully.
You want to be sassy? We'll be sassy.
That explains all that.
Let's get to this next story. Mike, the Situation Sorrentino is headed to prison. He's set to serve 8 months behind bars for tax evasion. On his way to the big house, he went live on Instagram. Take a look.
The comeback is always greater than the setback.
Do you want to say anything else, everybody? You love Brooke.
Looks like coffee was his last meal, huh? And if you want to keep in touch with the Jersey Shore star, don't worry. He posted his address on Twitter to send him letters. And I actually think this is a great idea, because most of you may think of Mike, the Situation from Jersey Shore, as kind of like this bro guy partier, but you can speak to the reform of himself over the last few years, and I think that's inspirational to many people.
Oh, absolutely. The way he is now and the way he was are two totally different things. We're talking about changing as men in that Gillette ad. Mike has totally transformed his life. When I met him, he was not the Situation. He was Mike to me, and he was off drugs. He was off drinking. We had deep conversations. We spent 2 weeks together, night and day. He's a great guy. I wish him the best of luck. I know he's going to take this like a man. I know he's smiling in that video and laughing, but it's got to be scary to walk into that situation. So write him a letter. That's exactly what he wants, and I'll be writing you too, buddy.
Yes, will you really?
Absolutely,
Let's do it. Can we do a group letter from DBL?
No. Okay.
Why not?
Constitution. What are we all going to sign it at the bottom?
It's like parchment.
I want to be part of it.
All right, me and you then.
Okay,
Everyone wants to make fun of it.
Okay, good.
We're going to be best friends with the Situation.
I'm so excited. A new Hulu documentary is shedding light on a luxury music festival turned disaster. Oh my gosh. Stephanie Jones has a look coming in hot.
An island getaway experience turned into a disaster zone. The Fire Festival promised A-list celebrities, world-class cuisine and luxury accommodations, but the experience turned into chaos, with festival goers stranded on an island with little food, water and electricity. The new documentary, Fire Fraud, highlights what went wrong, and here's your first look.
Nightmare in Paradise. There was no music.
They were put into disaster relief tents.
People started to have breakdowns. People started to have panic attacks. No idea what they were doing.
It was also a health concern that there were people literally trapped on an island.
It was a show. Just chaos and anarchy.
You need to check out Fire Fraud, streaming on Hulu now. And DBL Nation, what would you do if you paid thousands of dollars to get stuck on an island?
Oh, I remember this.
And
they started the campaigns with like paying Kendall Jenner a lot of money to pretend she was going to be there.
Oh,
and so a lot of people thought it'd be like an even more luxurious Coachella, where they'd get private chefs and luxury accommodations, big artists. None of that happened.
Wow,
They literally showed up to like tents
in
and
the mud.
Boxed food, like ham and cheese sandwiches for tens of thousands of dollars.
pissed.
You would have been pissed.
It would have been a fire island for sure.
Oh, yeah.
What does that mean?
Okay, coming up on DBL, a famous movie icon's hair is going on the auction block, and you won't believe how much some people are willing to pay. But first, our own Bo Davidson and Brandon London check out one of the hottest Broadway tours around, A Bronx Tale. Find out if they have what it takes to make it on stage. That's coming up next.
Tired of
comments, and I'm going to read Mary Robinson. I hope you're watching because you say, please hire a conservative commentator for your show. I've commented before without any response. Totally one-sided and against POTUS. I watch your show to see what the rest of Americans are seeing. You always want viewer feedback, but you will not share the conservative comments. Mary, I'm disappointed you feel that way. We just did a segment called Fifth Host, and we try and split it up 50-50 and try and make sure all viewpoints are represented. But if you don't feel like that, I guess we just have to do a little bit better, huh, Mary? Appreciate you writing, appreciate you watching. We're trying to have an open format, an open forum for people to feel, to express their feelings, you know, in a respectful manner, because at the end of the day, it's all about a free exchange of ideas. So please write me, Mary, and let me know that you saw me say hello to you. All right. Karen Guest says, I saw a documentary about the history of Latinos in entertainment, and Rita Moreno was part of it. That was fascinating. That's in relation to the last story that we just did about a 17-year-old girl that's going to be playing Maria for a Steven Spielberg film adaptation. 17 years old, and you're really? You know, I was doing at 17. I was still getting yelled at by my mom for not cleaning my room. So good on you. That's absolutely amazing. Okay, Kalita Wisnat. What a great name. Kalita says, I was on Staten Island when that happened. We could see the plane in the river. It was something to see. He was a great pilot, and he did take control as the captain. I feel like in Tori, I don't know, I feel like Sully.
She was on, who is this? Kalito, who you saw, wow. Wow, okay, so this is fascinating. He did control as could happen. It was something to see. For some reason, it spoke to so many people because it was, the training worked and clicked in, and it was beautiful. I want to talk to you more about this. Stay tuned.
Back to Daily Blast Live. It's a story of a young man who is caught between the father he loves and the mob boss he'd love to be. We're talking about A Bronx Tale, the movie starring Robert De Niro, debuted in theaters in 1993 and since has been turned into a hit Broadway musical. Bo Davidson and Brandon London checked it out. Hey guys!
What are you guys laughing at? We actually had a great time, and a lot of people don't know the show has left the New York stage for a national tour.
And recently, Brandon and I went to the Denver Center for the Performing Arts to go behind the scenes and learn what it takes to train for these intense dance numbers. Put on your dancing shoes, DBL Nation, and check out Our Bronx Tale.
You can do it. Oh, bravo, bravo. How you doing? Hi. Brandon London, welcome to Denver.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Hey, Leanna, nice to meet you.
How you getting acclimated to this Denver altitude?
Ooh, we're working on it. It's real. It's real.
I'm so fascinated about what you all do. And Bo is a trained musician. I am a trained athlete. So we want to know about the training.
We were in rehearsals for about 2 months before we go on tour, and then we do a period of 10 days where we're in the theater for 12 hours.
Denver is one of the harder ones you've had to do because of the altitude, for sure.
Absolutely.
Very dance-intensive show, obviously, yeah? So what are we going to be learning today? What are you going to teach us?
We're going to learn a little bit of the finale.
Well, we both love a challenge. I'm known to cut a rug a little bit, so do you have any pointers for Bo?
Oh, for me. For me.
Stay with us.
Stay with us.
So, all right, let's give it a shot. You want to?
Let's do it.
If you leave your toes up.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. False start. Bring it back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mind me step. Ho. Turn it. Ho. 1. Ball change.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at that.
Great coach.
Awesome. How we do? Any pointers?
Honestly, that was really, really great. Very great technically.
Okay.
You're really good on the turning, really sharp.
You had a lot of attitude on this section. I could tell that was your favorite part.
So what'd you think? You guys got an opening for Italian guy number 4 and Italian guy number 5?
I think we might.
We'll call you, though.
We can call you, right? Well, see, we get off at like 3, so we've got, the call time's what, 6? We can be there. Sure?
We'll call your people. I promise. You want my Instagram or anything?
Haley?
We'll call you. Yep.
To see if a Bronx Tale is traveling to your city, check out the link we've posted on our Daily Blast Live Facebook page.
Back to you guys.
Nice. Now, you guys learned that pretty quickly. I believe I was told like in 15, 20 minutes. So do you remember any of those dance moves?
Well, we can't do the twist and the turns and the flips, but Brandon, you think we can do the little last move?
Let me get into character real quick.
All right.
There we go.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2.
What?
Yeah. Can we zoom in on Bo doing this part?
That was the hardest part for me to do.
Here we go. Hey!
You do it.
That's some Elvis
He's
right
got the
there.
attitude in there.
Yeah.
It was fun, though. It really was fun.
Great time. We encourage people to go check it out for sure.
Oh, I saw it. It's fantastic. Great job, guys. It's so good. Make sure you go see it when it comes to your city. Coming up on DBL, the outrageous price people are willing to pay for a Hollywood legend's lock of hair. And next in Heart Threads, heroism beyond compare. Meet a bus driver who stepped up and saved a kid's life when minutes mattered. That's coming up next. You don't want to miss it.
DBL Nation, it's Lex and Peter, and we are here with the DBL Digital team, giving you guys more top trending stories during the breaks here at Daily Blast Live. Do you have that one friend who just likes to show off all their stuff? Millennials these days are calling it flexing.
Definitely have that one friend.
Anyway, there's this new study coming out that is saying that people don't really like to have that one friend that is flexing all the time.
Yeah, what they're saying is that if you go out and you buy a bunch of things just because it's the latest and, you know, trending thing, it's what people are wearing, or it's like the brand new iPhone, and you like to flaunt it around like you're better than everybody else, guess what? A lot of people don't want to hang out with you.
Shocker. I don't know. I really wasn't surprised when I read this study. What was interesting was 66% of people did say that they were going to buy that luxury car versus getting an average or basic car. Honestly, if I was 66% more cheaper, I'm trying to make a joke, but I would also buy that car as well. But the same people said that they wouldn't want to be friends with that person who is always wearing designer or trying to outdo anyone.
And I think it has a lot to do with social media nowadays. Like when you see anything on Instagram, like Money Mayweather, he's walking around with $1 million in his in a Louis Vuitton bag, and like people like to emulate that, but it's just like in practicality, nobody really wants to see you walking around with $1 million. It's like, you're not better than me, you should get robbed.
DBL Nation, write us in and let us know what you guys think. Bye now.
Thank you.
Welcome back to DBL. Today's Heart Threads is all about being a hero. Watch how a bus driver went above and beyond to keep a little boy safe.
This bus driver rescued a child she saw wandering alone on a busy street. Irina Ivich was driving a public bus in Milwaukee when she spotted the child. Wearing only a diaper and onesie in freezing temperatures, the boy toddled down the sidewalk. Irina stopped her bus, ran across the street, and carried him inside. Passengers on the bus couldn't believe it.
Oh my God! Oh my God! No. I'm shaking. Oh, I am too.
One even offered her coat to keep the boy warm. By the time police officers arrived, he had fallen asleep in Irina's arms. Irina was just grateful she was able to keep him safe. The boy was eventually reunited with his father.
Irina Ivich, you are a hero. Up next on DBL, would you pay more than $16,000 for a movie legend's lock of hair? The story right after this.
so breaking news, guys. We just want to let you know that the Brexit deal is over. The deal is dead. It was a disaster. It did not go through. So the whole situation is not, it's not working anymore. So, Al, you were in Britain during this whole period. I got to be super honest with you guys. I'm a little ignorant on Brexit. I know a lot about certain things, and I just am very honest when I don't know a lot. I know it's Britain leaving the EU and all that, but do you know more about the topic?
I think, let me see how much time we have. Let me go. I have a buddy of mine named Tom Carr. He lives over there, and let me see.
If you guys know more about it, I'd actually love to hear from you guys. I know very little. I know it's up, I just don't know enough.
It seemed like it had something to do with people feeling like they're being too heavily taxed to be part of the EU.
Correct.
I believe it's them leaving the EU.
It's Britain leaving the EU. That is Brexit. Britain and exit. That's what it's put together. Theresa May wanted to have a deal with it. It is just up and it just completely failed. This is breaking news just now. And a lot of the euro and the pounds and all that with England, the money goes up and down when these Brexit talks don't work. So a big deal. I just don't know what that means enough, so I would have to read up on it.
What I remember from what my friend Tom was saying was they were basically said if we leave the EU, you basically get to keep more of your money. If we stay in the EU, other countries are taking your money, blah, blah, blah. If we get out of here, basically, not free healthcare, but, you're gonna notice it in your check. You're gonna see more of your money working for you. Why support other countries when we can just support ourselves? They then left the EU on a very close vote. And
very close.
And none of those things materialized, and people then realized that there are obviously benefits to being in an alliance like the EU, and now that they were no longer in them, people were like, well, can we have a redo? And it's like, nope, you can't, because we voted on this, it's now policy now. And so I think a lot of people felt, I'm not going to say lied to, but misled in terms of the in terms of the benefits of leaving the EU. And
it's interesting they wanted a redo.
Yeah, now people are living with the consequences.
Yeah,
so.
Interesting. So apparently Theresa May, as you know, Prime Minister, Downing Street, will have to make a formal statement on her next steps, but they want to defeat it's also a no confidence motion to rule out a possible snap general election. If you don't know, you can vote no confidence on your Prime Minister in England, and that literally means you're out. It's almost like an instant impeachment.
Wow.
So if you feel there's a vote of no confidence, you're out. So they're trying to dismember that moment right now that's building right now. So big chaos there in Britain, apparently.
That's right.
Yeah, Brexit. Name of my firstborn. Just kidding.
Welcome back to DBL. You can own a part of history that some will say is a little odd. A 60-year-old clipping of Marilyn Monroe's hair is selling for more than $16,000. It comes with a framed photo of the star. Monroe's hairdresser had several of these sets made from Marilyn's mane to give as gifts. With the steep price tag, man, there really is no business like show business. I have no problem with this. I think this is cool.
That's disgusting.
Like it. Yeah.
Why is it disgusting?
You have dead hair follicles in a container.
No, but that's what people did. Like at the World War I and those, you would clip a lock of the hair.
Your family member, not some stranger.
It's Marilyn Monroe.
Dude, I don't know. I don't like hair on anything.
What if it was like a lock of Frank Sinatra's hair?
I would like to go to a museum and see it. I don't want to. No.
But why does hair get a pass? Like, what if it was his baby teeth? Those are dead skin cells. Dead cells.
I don't know.
No different than fingernails.
I think
hair.
it's cool.
I think a hair is more romantic as it's in the poetry. The lock of the hair of Abigail's hair.
There's a little crack in this cup, and I thought it was a hair, and I almost barfed.
So poetic, Jim.
I think it's really cool. If I were to have like a library one day in my home, I would love to have like memorabilia.
But what about the Spice Girl that was keeping some of her own skin in her home?
That's different.
How is that? It's dead
That was her
cells.
own tattoo.
Oh, because it's hers. That's.
It's Marilyn.
So she should have mounted it behind glass, and then you're fine.
It's Marilyn Monroe.
That's the Spice Girl.
And is it? Who knows if it is?
True. That's true.
Is it?
That's true. DNA test.
It's
We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye, guys.
Jen. It's Kelly Schubert with the DBL Digital team. I feel like you're really close. No, I'm just teasing you, John. You're fine. It's time for Between Shows with Shuby and
Shulman.
You never know how she's gonna say it. So this is Romeo.
This is my story.
And this is Juliet. Tori, do you want to tell the story?
This is Romeo, the loneliest frog in the world. And for 10 years, people and scientists tried to get a mate for Romeo. And guess what, guys? We've got great news. We found a Juliet, and they are hitting it off.
So he is very shy. They say he moves kind of slow, like, you know, moves kind of slow, likes to take it easy. But she is high personality, very energetic. So they think this is going to be a match made in heaven.
I'm so excited.
And we will just have to see. We're going to have to bring you a follow-up to see how it goes with them because they're going to hit it off, I have a feeling.
Look how intense she is. She's like me if I were a frog.
Literally, they went to special Bolivian cloud forest is what it's called. It's called the cloud forest to find her.
Wow.
All for Romeo.
Well, let's hope that opposites attract and we have a really good romance.
And let's hope they don't die at the end.
And they say, Romeo, Romeo, wear frog out there.
Bye, guys. See you soon.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
You can't control yourself? That is embarrassing.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2. Welcome to Daily Blast Live. It's Tuesday, January 15th. We are live, and we're talking about what you guys are talking about. Right now, I'm here with Erica, Tori, and Al. I'm Jeff. A lot to get to today, guys. Let's get to it. I love this conversation we're about to have right now. A new Me Too inspired Gillette ad is sparking a lot of conversation right now. Check out this clip.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it? It's been going on far too long.
What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says
and there will be no going back. Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
And Gillette, best known for its razors, posted the ad to social media with this tweet saying, "Boys will be boys. Isn't it time we stopped excusing bad behavior?" You better believe the ad has sparked a big conversation online, both positive and negative, and now some are even calling for a boycott. One person tweets, "The Gillette ad is a reflection of where we are. It's 2019 and the message does not erode your masculinity. It actually paints a strong and responsible person. Paints you as a strong and responsible person." I agree. While others argue men are not the problem, there are bad people in the world. Masculinity is not toxic. And finally, another tweets, "Gillette practically just castrated me. You're trying to make it illegal to be an alpha male, but I'm not going to let it happen. Me and other brave alpha male warriors will fight back and defend masculinity." Okay, a lot of sides of the aisle here, but maybe I'll kick it off here. I love the ad. I'll step out there and say that. I thought it spoke to me. I thought where men were in the past and where we need to be today and where I want to be and where I think I am and where I want my sons to be. All that I just said spoke in this ad to me. I think it's a fantastic ad. I think as a man, I want to do better, not only as a coworker, as a father, as a parent, all around. I want to be a better person. That's what this ad says to me.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, no one's trying to make it illegal. illegal. No one's trying to put you in jail for it. Again, they're not saying masculinity is toxic. If you read and watch the ad, they're saying toxic masculinity. If you're a manly man and you don't do things that are rude, you have no reason to be worried or scared about being offended by this. You should be perfectly okay. I will say this, Nike, this is like Nike 2.0, I always say. They stepped into the game on this. Gillette made a big motion with this, and it's got a lot of people riled up, but women are consistently the CFO of the family. And as a woman, I really related to that ad, and a lot of people wrote in and said, my men and my husband will be using Gillette razors from now on. And I think it changed in that moment. I will also say a razor really represents puberty to men, and I think it's a father teaching a son. There's a moment there where you can see what Gillette was trying to do as a bigger social commentary. I think it was fantastic, fantastic.
I think one of the keys, what Jeff said, is that every day he tries to be better. So there might be actual moments in that commercial that you may relate to as past Jeff, but not as Jeff as you are right now.
Right.
Anytime we have these conversations, I always like to talk to my husband because we're coming from two different spectrums, two different sides. My husband is a Caucasian male. He is a leader of industry, an industry that most people would consider a conservative industry, and I'm very much the opposite of that. So I asked him what he thought. He said, I would say that true alpha men and true leaders should have the confidence to A, behave better, and B, admit they can behave better. So I think that's speaking to the same thing, the idea that even if this was who you once were in grade school, you can look at that and say, I'm a growing person, I'm a flexible thinker, I think it's time to move on.
Yeah, I mean, what really stuck out to me, Jeff, is, you know, as people that have children, and they ended the ads by just showing the kids and just staring, not even speaking, but just realizing that kids are watching all the time, and they're minding what's said and what goes unsaid. And if your uncle gets drunk and makes a comment in the living room about some woman on TV and no one says anything, they're seeing that and hearing that, even though that silence is almost deafening, as opposed to now, I feel like now Jeff at this point in his life would say, hey man, not cool, bro, we're having fun at this Super Bowl party, but that's not going to ride, especially with my kids around, with my wife around, you know. So I think things are changing, and that's scary for people. But whether it's scary or not for you, change is going to happen. Human beings are going to continue to evolve, and the interactions between men and women are going to evolve, because now, here we are, it's 2019, and now it's finally not okay to yell on the street about somebody's breasts or their behind.
Or to grab
in 2019.
Yeah, or to grab your behind.
So where will we be in 2029? A better place.
Absolutely. I like the ad. All right, and you guys better believe DBL Nation is fired up over the ad, so we're making it our 5th host today. Let us know what you think right now by commenting on Facebook and YouTube or Twitter. Is Gillette making traditional masculinity seem toxic? All right, that's going to be a good one. It's January 15th, and that means we're on day 25 of the government shutdown. Let's get over to Kelly Schubert with the latest.
That's right, Jeff. You said it. We're now more than 3 weeks into the government shutdown, and talks in our nation's capital are still gridlocked. Right now, 43,000 members of the Coast Guard are working without pay because they won't receive their checks today. In the meantime, the blue flu we're seeing at airports across the country just continues to get worse, with so many TSA workers calling in sick because they are working without pay. TSA reports sick calls are up 137% from this time last year. Now, we've just learned President Trump invited a group of lawmakers from both parties to the White House today, but CNN reports many House Democrats didn't attend because they say they were given no information on what the meeting would entail. Jeff?
Thank you so much, Kelly. And speaking of the shutdown, a lot of the White House staffers are furloughed because of it, so the president personally paid for the catering last night. He welcomed the NCAA champions, the Clemson Tigers, to the White House with a buffet of fast food. And here's what he said about it.
We have pizzas, we have 300 hamburgers, many French fries. So I had a choice. Do we have no food for you because we have a shutdown? Or do we give you some little quick salads that the First Lady will make? We bought 1,000 Burger King, all-American companies. Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's. We have Big Macs, we have Quarter Pounders with cheese, we have everything that I like, that you like. And I know no matter what we did, there's nothing you can have that's better than that, right?
Well, you better believe the internet had a field day with this story, and this meme is on fire with the president as the Hamburglar saying, quote, "Tell him I paid for everything." But this got us asking, what would you expect to eat if you were invited to the White House? I would want some Portillo's. I got nothing wrong with fast food, just what kind of fast food it is.
I mean, I have something in common with the President of the United States. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, when my brother was playing football at Northwestern, I too treated the whole O-line to McDonald's for breakfast and Giordano's pizza for dinner. That was their reward for moving me from my apartment in Lincoln Park to River North. Now, that's a little different, that my budget was based on my senior year income. That's different than celebrating the national championship at the White House. But we're all the same. See, boys, I told you, you were being treated.
Well, isn't it an honor just to go to the White House? Is it, I mean...
Yeah, well, what's the honor entail, right? So I went for the Christmas party for George H.W. Bush, and the whole honor part is that it's just so beautiful and formal, and it really is the best of America. It's the most formal to stately place, and you sort of want that. And these guys work their butts off to get there and get cold burgers. I mean, they serve chicken McNuggets on the silver plates, on the gravy boats. This is a historical place. It represents us. They could have done better.
All right.
I agree.
Still like Portillo's. All right. And we're remembering iconic Broadway actress Carol Channing today. She died at the age of 97 of natural causes. Carol earned a Lifetime Achievement Tony Award for her legendary career, including roles in classics like Gentlemen Prefer Blondes and, of course, Hello, Dolly. We've put together this touching tribute. Watch. A true icon. She's going to be missed. But I have a quick bit of trivia for you. Do you know who the first celebrity halftime show at the Super Bowl was?
Don't tell me it was Carol Channing.
Carol Channing. In 1970, she sang "Will the Saints Go Marching In." That's awesome.
Wow.
Pretty crazy, right?
Wow.
What a great career. What a great life. You'll be missed. DBL is live, and we bring you breaking news as soon as it happens. And coming up, the star of Steven Spielberg's new West Side Story remake has just been announced. We'll show you who's playing the iconic role of Maria. Plus, former NSYNC band member Joey Fatone has a new gig, but it's not what you might expect. I interview him and catch up with him, and he's going to tell us all about it. And you, the viewer, are the fifth host. We're sharing your comments on the Gillette ad that's raising a lot of eyebrows. Don't miss the conversation next.
So we were in.
Hi, Carol.
We were in.
Hi,
We were
Tori.
in Palm Springs on vacation, and we were just watching the local news. This is like 3, 4, 5 years ago, and there was a robbery at the Rancho Mirage Bank of America, and one of the eyewitnesses on the local news was Broadway icon Carol Channing.
way!
So it was just Carol Channing on the local news.
that.
I was just walking up to the teller, and all of a sudden we heard this. It was so funny. She was like,
That's amazing. If you guys don't recognize her from Hello, Dolly or Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, I know her from very well. Alice in Wonderland. She played the Queen of Hearts. Was she the Queen of Hearts? And she kind of, it was this sort
In
of
the movie
crazy.
of the week?
Yeah, and
The
she
NBC
had a
miniseries?
big kind of smile, a big kind of sound like that. So you will be
She
missed.
was a
That was
legend.
great trivia. Great
Great
trivia.
documentary about her on Netflix, by the way,
Really?
if you want to learn
Interesting.
about her.
Well, guys, I want to let you know we're talking about this in the breaks. Your Netflix price is going up in the United States. I just saw this. I know.
what?
Well, you're going to have to stick around and find out because I don't know
Oh,
the
wow.
answer.
I'm definitely-
Also, Royal Prince hugs one of his own, and it's too cute. It has to do with being a ginger. Wait till you see who Prince Harry, I just saw this on my Twitter feed. He picked a little girl to pick out and give a hug, and she had a sign about
you'll do
gingers.
2.
It's really cute. And finally,
2, 3, 4. Okay.
Yeah?
5, 6.
Usually we went 1, 2, 3, but you want me to be 3?
No, I'll do 1. Sorry, I'll do 1, 2, 3,
4, 5,
6.
6. I'm 4. So also, a 90s band will release their last album after the lead singer's death.
If you guys would love to write in and tell us who you think that is, who do you think that is? I would love to find out who that is. And I'd love an album released to see maybe they have some recordings of the person's death. So we'd love to find out who that is. But I got to stick around to find out. Do I look like a raven?
Yeah.
Caw!
Welcome back to DBL and today's fifth host. We want to hear from you about the new Gillette ad that has us all talking here on DBL and across social media. The ad speaks to the Me Too movement and challenges men to overcome toxic masculinity. We talked about it before the break, and a lot of people are reacting. Some people applaud the ad, while others feel like it's actually a negative depiction of men. DBL Nation, is the ad shaming men or encouraging them to be their best? Let's get right to your comments. Sherry from Twitter says, I love the ad, responsible men teaching responsibility.
Ooh. Well, Christy from Twitter says, how about an ad about toxic feminists? Will Gillette do one of those?
Ooh, okay. Sonia from Facebook says, I commend Gillette for this ad, and it's time to get real, folks.
Well, Beth from Facebook says, bullying is not confined to one gender. Bullying is toxic and not gender specific.
All right. Diane from Facebook says, this commercial makes me sick. I'm a mother of 3 sons and 3 grandsons. I think it sends the wrong message in the end. It's saying that boys need to be corrected, otherwise they will be bad men.
Jim from Twitter says, I thought it was a great ad. Maybe I'm not alpha enough to be offended.
Wow. Can we go back to Diane's real fast?
Yep.
The one that said she's a father. And then thank you so much for writing in, Diane. And she's a mother of 3 sons and 3 grandsons. And she said, I think it sends the wrong message. It's saying that boys need to be corrected, otherwise they'll be bad men. Well, if they're not bad men, there's no reason to be corrected. Am I right? Do you guys feel the same way?
It's a common sense.
I would think that that's your job as a mentor, is to correct bad behavior at a young age so it doesn't become cemented in and it becomes like a paradigm for them, and that's how they live their life.
Yeah, I think that anytime you see, when we say representation matters, we're always thinking about making sure there's enough people that represent the demographic. But representation also matters because this medium is a reflection of who we are. So when we see something that really makes us feel like this is who I am, this is my behavior, this reflects me, of course we take it personally. But we could take it personally if it's bad behavior and correct ourselves in the moment, or we could take it personally and fight for our bad behavior.
Well said. All right, guys, we are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at the moment.
Right, Jeff just announced Alicia Keys is hosting the Grammy Awards, and the first thing she did was call her mom and then tell her family. Watch this.
No, it's been top secret, but I am hosting the Grammys. I'm going to host the Grammys.
Well, at least her mom was excited about the news. The Grammys air on CBS February 10th.
Very exciting because she will not be wearing makeup at all. She's been going makeup free for a couple months now, and I expect, future prediction, she'll be one of the first female hosts to never wear makeup as a host on an award show.
Well, she looks terrific.
She looks phenomenal.
Coming up on DBL, the heartfelt reunion between Captain Sully and the passengers he saved on the Hudson River. Can you believe it's been 10 years, honestly? And coming up, we go one-on-one with Joey Fatone and get the scoop on his exciting new TV show. Find out what's keeping the former boy band star busy. Ooh, I'm excited. That's next.
All right, guys, stop it. Hi, guys, welcome back. So Gina Valentina writes, not offended, but don't find it progressive either. A lot of you writing in your thoughts. Well, let's not just give you the headlines. DBL wants to give you the actual ad, so you guys can actually take a look at it and see what you see and tell us your opinion. So go ahead, Leo. We have the ad. We want to give you the full context of the ad, and write us in and let us know what you think. Thanks.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement against sexual harassment.
Toxic masculinity.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it? We can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy? What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says
And there will be no going back. Because we believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool, not cool.
Some already are. In ways big
Yo, men,
and small.
I am strong.
I am strong.
But some is not enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay? Okay.
Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
Boy band member has a new gig as a game show host. Earlier, I had the chance to talk with him about the fun concept behind his new show, Common Knowledge. Check out our interview in today's Chatting with the Stars. Joey Fatone, thank you so much for joining us here on Daily Blast Live. Now, Joey, you're hosting a new game show called Common Knowledge, where you ask contestants everyday practical questions. Tell us a little bit more about how that works.
Yeah, it's great. It's 2 teams of 3. They compete for a chance to win $10,000. There's 4 rounds, and basically we test them on their common knowledge skills, everyday questions, you know, everyday things that everyone should know.
Let's switch positions here. I'm going to play game host and ask you a common knowledge question, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's see if you get this right. Where is the smallest bone in your body? Your ear, your foot, or your nose?
I would say your foot.
It's ear, Joey. It's ear.
I thought your ear was more of cartilage. Where's the bone in your ear?
I don't know. My producers gave me the questions. There's 3 bones in there. I didn't know the answer
See, you got to prove it out. That's what we do on the show, though. On Common Knowledge, we tell you, and then we tell you why.
I want to let you know I'm good buddies with your friend and former NSYNC member, Lance Bass, and I was texting with him over the weekend, and I was talking to him about you, and he wanted me to ask you, why are you always living in his shadow?
I'm moving in my shadow. Let me flip that for you for a second.
All right.
Did Lance ever do food or any cooking show? No, I did it before him, and he did that cooking show. What else you want to do? I did Broadway before him. He did Hairspray after that. We want to keep going. Who's following who?
Speaking of NSYNC, I was in LA last year when you guys got your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It was an honor for me to cover for Daily Blast Live. What did that moment mean for you?
It was amazing. It was one of those surreal moments, you know, those outer surreal moments where my kids were there, and just the whole thing in general was just like kind of like, whoa, what is going on? Because it was almost like as if NSYNC had passed away and we came back to life. Because we haven't performed, we haven't done anything, and to go out there and see the amount of people that were out there and the love and support that they have given us over the years is absolutely amazing.
I want to ask you quickly about The Masked Singer. Have you heard that someone thinks that you're the rabbit on that show?
My Twitter was going crazy. I saw it like 2 or 3 days ago. And they're like, are you the bunny? Are you the monster? Who are you? And I'm like, who am I what? I said, obviously I'm promoting Common Knowledge. I haven't done anything with that show. I don't know that show. I watched bits and pieces of it. I thought it was funny. And I kept saying, I said, gosh, I'd love to be a judge. And that would be freaking fun to find out who these people are.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Joey, thank you so much for taking the time, man. And good luck on your new show, Common Knowledge. Everyone from here at Daily Blast Live is wishing you luck. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good one, Jeff.
Have a good one, man. What a great guy. I mean, it was a great interview, but thanks for the great interview. But I met him a couple times in person, and he's just as nice in person. So what a great guy, and what a success story, coming from a boy band and just working his way through Hollywood.
You're trying to get into NSYNC, aren't you?
Oh,
slowly.
I'm telling you, man, boy bands are the key to success. You're young, start one, get one going, call a couple friends. What's up? You want to start a boy band? It's not weird. Even though this is a little weird. Coming up on DBL, our own Brandon London and Bo Davidson go behind the scenes at A Bronx Tale, a Broadway musical all about the mob and killer dance moves. There they are right there. And Mike, the Situation Sorrentino reports for prison. We'll tell you what he wants you to send him. What's that, Tori?
I don't know.
I don't know. You have to stick around.
Oh, man.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement against sexual
Toxic
harassment.
masculinity.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it?
Hey there, DBO Nation. Welcome to The Breaks, where we bring you the latest trending stories around the web. Man, we've got one trending today that is trending all over the web, everybody. Netflix is hiking their prices up for their 3 different packages. Now, the lowest tier package is going from $8 to $9, so not a big hike there. But the middle tier package is going from $11 to $13. And the highest one is going up to $16, up from $13. So that's kind of a bit of a price hike. And I know it sounds like, oh, what's $1 more? It can go a long way. I mean, let's be real here. That $1 could have went to some food or something a lot more productive. And there's a big streaming war going on right now. I mean, Netflix just had a very successful run with Bird Box, so they're going to be investing a lot more money into their originals. They also just canceled a lot of different Marvel productions, so it sounds like they're going to be making a lot of original new content for themselves, and they're going to be using the money that they're getting from these new price changes to dedicate it towards those original products. But DBO Nation, weigh in and let us know. Do you think this is like a big price hike? Because I don't think it's that big of a one. I mean, it's been circulating all over the web. I mean, I woke up to it this morning and scurriedly opened the article to make sure it wasn't going from like $8 all the way up to like 12 or 13 for the regular basic plan, which will mean we could be looking at 17, 18, maybe 19 or 20 for the biggest package. But I mean, what's $1, a couple dollars? That's not too big of a price hike, but it's still something, DBO Nation. And like I was saying, there's a huge, massive streaming war going on right now. Services like Disney, I mean, Disney's making their own streaming service coming up called Disney Plus. DC Comics has made their own spin-off streaming service called DC Universe. I mean, everybody's getting in the streaming game. Even FX has FXX Plus, which is their streaming service that they do. HBO has a streaming service. It feels like we're getting hit over the head with streaming. Streaming is even almost it's taking over movie theaters too. I mean, with movies like Bird Box and Roma coming to Netflix, those are huge hikes for Netflix. And you think about it, they've got to allocate some of those funds somewhere else. So I don't know, DBO Nation. Again, write us in and let us know. I would pay $1 more to get some better movies and better shows on Netflix, because my Netflix subscription is not going away. But DBO Nation, let us know how you feel about this story, and we will see you all next break.
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. We love sharing your comments, and Tori loves reading them.
I sure do. That's right, I do. Darius Denman Prince says, that was an insult to those boys. I would have been expecting a gourmet meal. Being it that it is the White House, that he has the nerve to blame it on the Democrats for not funding a darn wall. Hashtag shame, shame, shame. But some people disagree, saying, fast food buffet, do not disparage the concept of a buffet with this kind of cold, greasy cholesterol and diabetes food stuff. But some people are saying, I would have liked fast food, and it was perfectly appropriate. I think in the end he was trying to look like one of the people, and it just didn't go over very well, to be honest.
You just won a national championship, played for free for a university that's profiting off of you, and you finally get to go to the White House to eat a cheeseburger.
Cold cheeseburger. Cold cheeseburger.
One last slap on the face.
Exactly.
I'm not even going to take the other side on this one. If you're leaving us right now, you can still watch us live on Facebook and YouTube. Here's what's coming up next on Daily Blast Live.
Steven Spielberg's remake of West Side Story casts its leading lady. Meet the girl who beat out 30,000 others for the role of a lifetime. Plus, the miracle on the Hudson. 10 years later, Captain Sully and the passengers he saved. Their emotional reunion. And behind the scenes at the Bronx Tale musical. Do Bo and Brandon have what it takes to make it on Broadway? Find out when DBL returns.
We have all the best and weirdest tech from this year's Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. That's next in The Jump Off. Everyone is talking about this. The BreadBot. It's an automated bread making machine that makes and sells the bread just like a vending machine. Just admit you're like Oprah and you love bread. We may not be that far away from flying cars. At CES, one of Uber's partners unveiled its design for an air taxi. It's a hybrid electric-powered vehicle that can hold up to 5 people. But I feel like we've been hearing rumors about this for a while, so I'm not going to hold my breath. Do you need a TV that will take up your entire house? Well, Samsung has you covered. They're showing off this 146-inch TV dubbed The Wall. It's a TV made up of smaller TVs you can put together. So cool. Okay, I need this suitcase. It uses cameras to follow you around so you don't have to lug it through the airport. Unfortunately, it won't unpack for you. Yet. Now to the weird products you don't want to miss. An almost $700 pet dryer you never knew you needed. You put your small dog or cat in this thing called Pepe, and it will dry the pet in 25 minutes. If you want a pet without the mess, look no further than this suitcase. When you pet it, the ears wiggle, and when the suitcase is happy, they do a dance. But who needs this? And this thing gives your pet treats when you're gone. It has a camera so you can watch your pet and even talk to them. That's it for The Jump Off. As always, watch every week for the latest in tech, gaming, and nerd culture news. I'll see you next time.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
You can't control yourself? That is embarrassing.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2. Welcome to Daily Blast Live. We're live and we're talking about what you're talking about. Not right now, but now we are. All right. Would you stay with a cheater? A clip from the Kardashian sisters on Watch What Happens Live has us talking about it. You may remember Khloe Kardashian decided to stay with her baby daddy, Tristan Thompson, after he cheated. Now her sisters are owning up about that decision. Watch.
If you were Khloe, would you have stayed with Tristan?
I think I would. It's so much harder to stay and have the whole public think that you're an idiot for staying.
Like to have the strength to really not give a No, it's so
Everyone thinks you're such an idiot.
I like how they turned that into a positive.
Yeah.
It's way harder to do what you did.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, you know, it's funny when you talk about reality, 99% of it isn't reality. This got very real for Khloe, and I think it got like really real when everyone was telling her what to do. You know, the Kardashians, you can bash them or not, but as you said earlier, the way they are loyal to each other and their family and the relationship they have is very well known, especially as you said with Lamar Odom. The entire family was at his hospital bedside. The entire family, and they had already broken up at that point.
And and I was going to say the situation is also heightened in that there was a child involved.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think a lot of times when people do have like, oh, I have a deal breaker, no cheating, that's fine until you have another life involved or other lives involved. So you're making lifelong decisions for kids. So that may make you think, can I get past this? If I was single or just dating this person, maybe you could. But when you have a kid and you might have economics involved and people might have to start talking about moving and pulling kids out of school districts, it's a way more convoluted kind of situation.
I think it's a lifelong, or it's really has to do with where you're coming from. If you'd asked me 10 years ago, I would have been like, that's a hard, fast no. Today, I think of it very differently, and it's not because I have a personal experience with it. I think of it because it's not just about like, oh, we're in a relationship. We're in a partnership. You're my biggest fan. I'm your biggest fan. There's all of these things that are brought to the surface that it's not just about the act of cheating. So
that's what it means. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I think that it's a little different, and you have to do what's going to make you sleep well at night, as I always say.
And stay out of people's bedrooms.
Exactly. I can't tell her what to do or you what to do. You can only do what's good for you. And now, looking back at my life, like you said 10 years ago, it'd be a no for me. You know, I've been on both ends of cheating. I've been the cheater. I've been cheated on. But now with 2 children, you know, trust is a huge priority for me. It always has been the last, you know, several years. But number one, I wouldn't do that. Number two, each situation is its own. You know, when there's children involved, I don't know. You just got to make up. You got to do what's best for you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, get ready to see a new face in Hollywood. This is 17-year-old Rachel Zegler. The high school student was cast as Maria in Steven Spielberg's remake of The West Side Story. The late Natalie Wood played the role in the original film from 1961. Rachel will star alongside Ansel Elgort, who plays Tony. She says she's honored to play Maria and says, quote, West Side Story was the first musical I encountered with a Latina lead character. As a Colombian American, I am humbled by the opportunity to play a role that means so much to the Hispanic community. And if you want a little sneak peek at what she might sound like in West Side Story, check out this video we found of her singing on her YouTube channel.
Wow.
First of all,
everybody sounds good in the bathroom. She's amazing, man.
That was amazing.
Wow, what a talent.
But is Steven Spielberg qualified to pick her?
Well,
You picked Oprah, so that's...
yeah, you have to remember Color Purple. Yep. And also, this is a really great teaching opportunity. Throw it out there, because if Quincy Jones wasn't in Chicago when Oprah was on Chicago AM, and if Michael Jackson wasn't sued because someone said that Billie Jean wasn't his lover, then Oprah would never have gotten The Color Purple.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
You know what? I want to go to Raquel Villanueva.
Yes.
Raquel, what does this mean to you, seeing this girl, you know, on her come up right now?
Well, first off, I'm just like a little bit sad that I wasn't cast as Maria, but for Rachel, I'm very happy, and I'm happy he's doing the right thing, Steven Spielberg, because in the original, Rita Moreno once said that they would paint the actors brown in the original West Side Story, and it's great to hear that it's come a long way, and now we're actually using Latino actors, and not only that, we're hiring advocacy groups to have representation to make sure that they get the issues correct in the film. So I think a lot of right has been done here, and I'm really happy to see how she does in the role. So congratulations.
Wow.
Absolutely. I mean, from a YouTube channel to this iconic role as Maria with Steven Spielberg.
I mean, it's like a storyline, right? Like every girl has sung in the shower or in the mirror and been like, I can do that song from A Star Is Born, but you can't, you know what I mean? But she can. And I think it's a beautiful storyline to play. I also think he's smart because she's got a gazillion followers. Think about eyeballs.
Well, she's good too. Can you believe it's been 10 years since a terrifying plane crash on the Hudson River? I still can't believe it. Captain Chesley Sullenberg, a.k.a. Sully, as we all know him, is credited with saving all 153 passengers on board. The landing was called the Miracle on the Hudson. Now the survivors are back together, talking about how grateful they are to be alive. Watch.
That's how I knew we were alive, because that water, I could feel it coming up my legs very quickly, and it was so cold I couldn't believe it.
I've been given a gift. So every day, to me, it's making a significant positive influence on someone's life.
Being the stewards of this story and a part of this living history, I think is what gives us a purpose too.
I got really into this Sully story. I learned about the aeronautical reasoning and all that with the bird strike, which, as you said, you can watch the movie and find out. But if what you guys don't know is that group of 153, I believe, people could not have had a better airplane pilot at that exact moment. He had trained and was a teacher of training with bird strikes in the middle of an airplane, not only takeoff, but mid-flight, which is when it happened. If you hear the audio, which it is public information, I really suggest you do. He hears the bird strike, their engine goes. He said the airplane was still afloat. They said you need to make an emergency. He said very calmly, I'm landing in the Hudson. And you hear the air traffic controller say, you're doing what? And he says, I'm going in the water. And when you have someone like that take control and have that kind of presence of moment, it's sort of this magical story that we all, it's almost like the Seabiscuit Disney story of like the thing we needed right now. So I'm amazed by that story. As a passenger, I can't believe what you would think, what Bashert to have him as your captain.
Absolutely.
Well, they train for this.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
That's why it's important that you know your airlines, know the pilots, or know how they're trained, because I have a girlfriend, she has been flying for a major airline airline for over 20 years. She actually survived a plane crash back when she was in the military, and she took me into a flight simulator where they put every single thing that could possibly go wrong. So these pilots, when it happens, it's like they have to do this X amount of times a year.
It's like muscle memory.
Right.
Yeah.
So at that point, it is stay calm and just do what your training is providing you, provided you've had that type of training, and clearly he has.
Can I ask a quick question? Did you call Sully the Seabiscuit of pilots?
It's the Seabiscuit of the sky.
Okay. That was so poetic, and no one even addressed it.
Dude, there was a couple things in there that I'm like, I'll just let her finish, and then I forgot.
It's a beautiful story.
What was at the end you said there?
Just having, the beshert? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a Yiddish word that just means the right time and the right place.
Oh, the beshert. Tori, you kill me. What Tori's trying to say is... We needed a two-shot on that. We needed a two-shot on that. That was from the Gillette ad, in case you guys don't know what that was all about. All right, guys, we're going to move on right now. Mike the Situation Sorrentino has reportedly checked into prison. He is set to serve 8 months behind bars for tax evasion. He tweeted this today that says, the comeback is always greater than the setback, with a gif from Goodfellas. Check this out. On his way to the big house, he went live on Instagram. Let's take a look at that.
Do you want to say anything else, everybody? You love Brooke.
Looks like coffee was Mike's last meal, and if you want to keep in touch with the Jersey Shore star, don't worry, he posted his address on Twitter to send him letters. I'm going to send Mike one while he's in there.
You should.
I did. I spent some time with Mike. We did a show together called Marriage Boot Camp, so we were locked in a house together for 2 weeks, and I got to know him really well. I got to know Mike. This situation was a thing of his past. He told me all about it. He told me he's coming up. He was sober, didn't drink, didn't do drugs, told me all about his past. A terrific guy. I mean, if you guys watch Jersey Shore now, you'll know the transformation he went through, and just by his tweet right there, you know he's going to be a better man when he comes out of there.
I know he's going to be a more jacked man.
Yeah,
$10 as he comes out diesel.
He's been saying it's under construction because he eats a lot on the New Jersey Shore. The six-pack is gone. Yeah. But maybe he'll take that 8 months.
And Jeff, you know what? I'm looking at the way he's handling this, and it just, you know, before people judge, think about, like, he was just a guy in Jersey that was overnight was one of the most famous people. We hand people that we know are not ready everything, and then get mad at them when they can't do $7 million worth of taxes. This guy was hanging out at his buddy's house the summer before. So it's so interesting how even then, you know, we kind of build people up to watch them fall, but he's not letting that happen. He's like, yo, I'm going to do my time, and I'm going to come back and be a better man. So just remember that. Like, don't judge people, because you have no idea what's offered to you on a minutely basis.
Absolutely. And then hearing his story, just all that, he goes, man, you don't understand what it was like overnight, like becoming famous like that. He goes, the money, the women, just everything. He told me so many stories, and just who he is now and what he was watching that transformation. You know, if he could do it, you could do it. And the best of luck to him and his new wife, Lauren. Right. All right, guys, a new Hulu documentary shedding light on a luxury music festival turned disaster. Stephanie Jones has a look coming in hot.
An island getaway experience turned into a disaster zone. The Fire Festival promised A-list celebrities, world-class cuisine, and luxury accommodations, but the experience turned into chaos, with festival goers stranded on an island with little food, water, or electricity. The new documentary, Fire Fraud, highlights what went wrong, and here's your first look.
Nightmare in Paradise. There was no music.
They were put into disaster relief tents.
People started to have breakdowns. People started to have panic attacks. No idea what they were doing.
It was also a health concern that there were people literally trapped on an island.
It was a show. Just chaos and anarchy.
You can check out Fire Fraud streaming on Hulu now. And DBL Nation, what would you do if you paid thousands of dollars to get stuck on an island?
Ooh, I barely remember this story.
I definitely do. He faced severe jail time for that. People paid tens of thousands of dollars and ended up in a tent in the mud with boxed food of like cheese.
That's what I feel like every festival's like. I swear.
That's because you old.
Age shaming.
All right, Tori Showman. That's one for later. Coming up on DBL, a famous movie icon's hair is going on the auction block. You won't believe how much some people are willing to pay for it. But first, our own Bo Davidson and Brandon London check out one of the hottest Broadway tours around, A Bronx Tale. Find out if they have what it takes to make it on the stage next.
All right, guys.
Hey.
Hi. 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 Here's a question. Thousands of islands, you have to be stranded somewhere. Where would you want to be stranded? And I'm talking biome. Are you stranded in the mountains? Are you stranded in the ocean by a beach? Are you stranded in the woods?
Am I the only person that thinks the beach is overrated?
I'm pretty sure.
I told you it's not that beach. I don't get the beach.
You don't like the
As
sand
soon as
and
I
all that?
get there and put my
I
towel
knew
down,
that
I'm
was
like,
bad.
I'm ready to go.
You want to go home?
The sand is hot. The sand is basically just crushed up dead fish bones. It's where dirt
You don't
meets
like
water.
the beach?
No.
What?
Dead
There's
fish
nothing
bones!
to do.
What are you talking about? You go swim?
You enjoy
You
the
know the
ocean.
ocean there? The ocean is filled with monsters.
God!
We only know about
I'm
10%.
going to the ocean on Friday.
Dude,
Please.
it's go enjoy. Isn't there
Do
something
not
mysterious
ruin this
and
for me.
majestic
Yes,
about
I'll
like
figure it out once it grabs my leg and pulls me under. Oh, mystery solved. It's an octopus. No, I'm not doing it.
Mystery solved, it's gross.
Yes,
Yeah.
No way, I love the ocean.
I like to look at the ocean from my hotel room and then turn back into air conditioning. Wow, and a phone charger. Who would have thought?
You know what Oprah says? Oprah went camping with Gail, and they did a famous thing on Oprah show. And then Oprah goes, "Why would anybody camp? It's like paying to be homeless."
I love it.
I don't do.
Young man who is caught between the father he loves and the mob boss he'd love to be. We're talking about A Bronx Tale, the movie starring Robert De Niro, debuted in theaters in 1993 and since has been turned into a hit Broadway musical. Bo Davidson and Brandon London checked it out. Hey guys!
What are you guys laughing at? We actually had a great time, and a lot of people don't know the show has left the New York stage for a national tour.
And recently, Brandon and I went to the Denver Center for the Performing Arts to go behind the scenes and learn what it takes to train for these intense dance numbers. Put on your dancing shoes, DBL Nation, and check out Our Bronx Tale.
You could do it. Oh, bravo, bravo. How you doing?
Hi.
Brandon London, welcome to Denver.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Hey, Leanna, nice to meet you.
How you getting acclimated to this Denver altitude?
Ooh, we're working on it. It's real. It's real.
I'm so fascinated about what you all do. And Bo is a trained musician. I am a trained athlete. So we want to know about the training.
We were in rehearsals for about 2 months before we go on tour, and then we do a period of 10 days where we're in the theater for 12 hours.
Denver is one of the harder ones you've had to do because of the altitude, for sure.
Absolutely.
Very dance-intensive show, obviously, yeah? So what are we going to be learning today? What are you going to teach us?
We're going to learn a little bit of the finale.
Well, we both love a challenge. I'm known to cut a rug a little bit, so do you have any pointers for Bo?
Oh, for me. For me.
Stay with us.
Stay with us.
So, all right, well, let's give it a shot. You want to?
Let's do it.
If you leave your toes up.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. False start. Bring it back.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mind me step. Ho. Turn it. Ho. 1. Ball change.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at that.
Great coach.
Awesome. How we do? Any pointers?
Honestly, that was really, really great. Very great technically. You're really good on the turning, really sharp. You had a lot of attitude on this section. I could tell that was your favorite part.
So what'd you think? You guys got an opening for Italian guy number 4 and Italian guy number 5?
I think we might.
We'll call you, though.
We can call you, right? Well, see, we get off at like 3, so we've got, the call time's what, 6? We can be there. Sure?
We'll call your people. I promise. You want my Instagram or anything?
Haley?
We'll call you. Yep.
We are live. Raquel Villanueva with news at the moment.
Thanks, Jeff. We just learned Rihanna is suing her own father. He's allegedly using her name and Fenty makeup line to run his own business. Court documents reportedly show her dad, Ronald Fenty, started a talent development company called Fenty Entertainment. She believes he is using the same name to make a profit off her success and to book shows on her behalf without her consent. Rihanna claims she sent several cease and desist letters but hasn't stopped. She wants an injunction placed on her dad's business and to get money in damages.
Ooh.
Thanks, Raquel.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel bad for Rihanna, and that sucks, but can we go back to Brandon and Bronx Tale? Is somebody going to tell him that his people are on Webster Street? So he doesn't need to be Italian guy number 5, Brandon. Webster Street.
Check out the movie or go watch that play. It's a great movie.
It is, yeah.
Jeff's people are on Belmont Street.
Coming up on DBL, the outrageous price people are willing to pay for a Hollywood legend's lock of hair. Gross. Is it mine? And next in Heartthread's heroism beyond compare, meet a bus driver who stepped up and saved a life when minutes mattered.
So whose hair would you pay more than $100 for? Is there anybody's
Nobody,
hair?
dude. That's gross. That's really gross. You're cutting off this part of somebody's body, and you keep it. That's like really strange. It's like
But in some cultures, that isn't strange though, right? Like when you would in wartime, you cut off a lock of hair and you keep it as a remembrance of someone.
We're not in wartime. Yeah, but we're not. But I don't have any connection to Marilyn Monroe, and neither does whoever.
Oh, you just gave away.
First of all, we're going to talk about that in a second. Oh, yeah.
I was using her hypothetical.
Killed it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
I'll just make like you didn't. All right. Exactly. Yeah. It really isn't Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, it's a tease. You're going to have to stick around and see what it really is.
It's Marilyn Monroe. We'll find out.
We'll trick them.
You'll never know. I have a question for you guys. What do you guys eat right when you get home? Someone asked me that on Twitter the other day. What's your food when you're starving and you just get home? Are you a crackers and cheese guy?
Yeah. You know what it is now, because it's way faster, is Lawson's Goldfish. Like, if I'm really hungry, I'll just get those
Can
goldfish.
I just say something I think is disturbing?
They're the best.
It's like the new Goldfish ad is like trying to personalize them.
The
and
goldfish.
they're like little kids and they're like on a seesaw and everything and like playing around wearing the goldfish scarves.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, but you
Eat the
them.
goldfish. I know.
Please don't.
Welcome back to DBL. Today's Heart Threads is all about being a hero. Watch how a bus driver went above and beyond to keep a little boy safe. This bus driver rescued a child she saw wandering alone on a busy street. Irina Ivich was driving a public bus in Milwaukee when she spotted the child. Wearing only a diaper and onesie in freezing temperatures, the boy toddled down the sidewalk. Irina stopped her bus, ran across the street, and carried him inside. Passengers on the bus couldn't believe it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No. I'm shaking. Oh, I am too.
One even offered her coat to keep the boy warm. By the time police officers arrived, he had fallen asleep in Irina's arms. Irina was just grateful she was able to keep him safe. The boy was eventually reunited with his father. Irina Ivich, you are a hero. Up next on DBL, would you pay more than $16,000 for a movie legend's lock of hair? The story right after this.
Here from the Daily Blast Live digital team, giving you the very trending stories that's happening right now. I feel like you are so close on me right now, but that's, yeah, I like that stance, much better. Trending stories that's happening right now, you guys. Let's talk Netflix. I know everyone and their mother has an account for it, I including, but I actually steal from my sister. So technically I have an account, but I really don't. Either way, if you are a Netflix user, you're probably going to be a little upset right now because they are raising the prices yet again. You might have caught Bird Box, one of the most popular movies during the holiday season that came out on Netflix. 13 Reasons Why, Orange is the New Black. Those are just some of the shows that is original content for Netflix. And they're now saying that, unfortunately, they got to raise those prices to keep giving you what you want. So if you were paying like close to $9.99 for those prices, expect that to go up. We're talking like 10. I think for the premium, let's get into actually details with it. The premium account is going up to $13.99. For some people, they started off at $7, so the pricing is just going up and up. I myself, for what they offer, you know, quite honestly, I probably pay it because it's a really good offer, and at the end of the day, it's cheaper than cable. So it's a situation where you kind of got to just kind of bite the bullet and keep going, but at least it's in tiers now. So again, there's a premium that's going for $15.99 to $13.99, and then you still have the $7.99 to $8.99 range as well there. So a little bit more expensive, but if it's worth it, you know, it might work in your favor. Are you a Netflix user, DBL Nation? I'd love to know if you're going to still be able to pay for those prices, or are you just going to give up and, you know, use YouTube or just kind of say goodbye to TV altogether? Let us know your DBL take right now, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
The Magician, or the what was the name of that movie?
All right, we are live.
Okay, guys, we're talking about that movie with James Franco.
The Disaster Artist?
Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's it. That was it. If you, we were asking also about what you eat when you get home from work or whatever you do. You're always eating. Dave, who is
But he eats small meals.
right. So what are you eating now? Explain to us how you keep. He's on his feet all day long. How are you keeping the protein down?
I like keep a stock cupboard, and I bring very small portions of food.
And is it? And what do you? And
This is a turkey pot pie, like part of one.
Do you cook?
Rarely. This is actually my mom gave me this.
Oh, that's really cute. Dave's mommy cooks for him in the breaks. So
time. Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome back to DBL. You can own a part of history that some would say is a little weird, at the very least. A 60-year-old clipping of Marilyn Monroe's hair is selling for more than $16,000. It comes with a framed photo, thank God for that, of the star of Monroe's hairdresser. Had several of these sets made from Marilyn's mane to give as gifts. With this steep price tag, there really is no business like show business. First of all, this is gross. Second of all, well, how do you even know it's her hair?
Could be anybody's.
23andMe it.
What do you mean?
You put it in the DNA kit.
But it doesn't. She didn't do one of those. It's not in the system.
Well, her DNA's probably out there somewhere.
It's a really riveting conversation.
Jeff made a great point, and I had nothing to say back.
What are you talking about? So you just take Frank Sinatra's hair, and it's like, brrr. Oh, that's Frank's hair.
What did that even mean? Like, she wasn't a Rolling Stone.
I know, but like she must have had lipstick that sold.
This is great.
And then at an auction, and now her DNA's on the.
We're gonna leave you guys with that. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.